Buenas tardes. Rogamos tomar sus asientos.
We please ask you to take your seats. Madam President Dina Boluarte has just arrived to the hotel, so we shall start with our opening ceremony in 2-3 minutes. Thank you. So please, kind enough to take your seats. Thank you.
Voy a aprovechar.
I will take this minute to give you some housekeeping information. Once we finalize the inaugurating ceremony, we will invite the heads of mission, who are those who have the pin. Well, each delegation knows who their mission is, to take a picture with the president that will be taken once we go out from the main hall to the right-hand side. This is one of the most complex procedures in meetings like this one. It's a big challenge. So only the heads of delegations, once we complete the inaugurating ceremony, please accompany President Boluarte for a group picture. Thank you.
Asiento, por favor. Bueno, buenas.
Good afternoon. With the presence of the President of Peru, Mrs. Dina Boluarte Segarra, we shall start the opening ceremony of the 40th session of the Economic Commission for Latin America and the Caribbean. To this end, I am very pleased to acknowledge Mr. José Manuel Salazar Tignaris, Executive Secretary from ECLAC. Good afternoon, Your Excellency, Mrs. Dina Boluarte Segarra, President of Peru, Minister for Foreign Affairs in Peru, Ambassador Elmer Schialer, Mr. Samuel Ortiz Basualdo, Ambassador from the Republic of Argentina and Peru, which is acting of the 39th session of the Economic Commission, Mrs. Coordinator Resident of the UN in Peru, ministers and delegates of the member states of ECLAC, high authorities of the government of Peru, members of the diplomatic corps, representative of international organizations and colleagues from the UN system, officials from ECLAC, representatives from the academia and the private sector and civil society. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 40th session of the Economic Commission for Latin America and the Caribbean. Thank you very much to all of the delegates for taking time out of your busy schedules to attend this meeting. It is an honor for ECLAC to have you here. I would like to extend our gratitude to Argentina, which has served as chair of our commission for the past 2 years. We will also want to thank Peru, which assumes the chairship henceforth and will serve as such during the next biennium. Thank you very much, Madam President Dina Boluarte Segarra, and Minister of Foreign Affairs of Peru, Elmer Schialer, and all your staff who have worked tirelessly in recent months alongside with ECLAC team to organize this important meeting. Thank you also to Luis Yáñez and the entire ECLAC team for their tireless and professional work. For me, personally, and for my wife, who joins us today, it is a great honor, as well as a moment of special significance, to be in Peru and in the beautiful city of Lima, a city where we lived for almost 4 years, where I was a regional director of the International Labour Organization between 2015 and 2018. We have very fond memories of that period in which we were privileged to get to know Peru, its rich history, and many people from this great nation, and enjoy its hospitality, gastronomy, and archaeological wealth. I extend special thanks to the Secretary General of the United Nations, Antonio Guterres, and Amina Mohammed, Deputy Secretary General of the United Nations, for their trust and support of my management in this first 2 years as Executive Secretary of ECLAC, which fell precisely on October the 2nd. It has been and continues to be a great honor, which I have assumed with great responsibility and with the full commitment that this great task demands. In the session that we are about to begin, as we do every 2 years, we will examine the progress of the Commission's work and present the report on the activities of the Commission and its subsidiary bodies. We will also be presenting a position document. On this occasion, we will submit for the consideration of all present a new proposal on how to manage what we see as the vital transformations needed to escape the traps and close the development gaps that affect our region. We will hold high-level panels to discuss the central ideas in this analysis and the proposal that ECLAC is putting forward for your consideration. Last year, we commemorated the 75th anniversary of ECLAC. We are proud that the Commission's contribution to the thought and practice of economic and social development in Latin America and the Caribbean has been widely recognized, both in the region and and globally. Throughout these 7.5 decades, the Commission's approach has opened paths and provided valuable guidance on the key options and priorities for the progress and well-being of our nations. We organized to celebrate our anniversary various activities during 2023 and the first quarter of 2024 to commemorate our 75th anniversary, including a cycle of keynote conferences impaired by prominent globally recognized experts such as Adela Cortina, Lance Prinstead, Daniel Eternarity, Santiago Level, Ricardo Hausmann, Arantxa González, Alonso Mercande, and José Ocampo, amongst others. And I am very grateful to Mr. José Antonio Ocampo for his presence here and for his participation at this session of the Commission. We have also prepared and published several documents that reflect the new ideas of our organization, including a special issue of our CEPAL review. Today, ECLAC reaffirms its commitment to more productive, inclusive, and sustainable development. It also reaffirms its continued dedication to generating critical, innovative thinking adapted to current challenges and demands, both regional and global. I should like to highlight the unique and extraordinary moment the world is passing through as we gather in Lima. We had the opportunity to see a broad picture of the state of the world and the multilateral system on the occasion of the United Nations General Assembly held just 2 weeks ago. The Secretary General said in his opening remarks that our world is in a whirlwind, that we are in an era of epic transformations, facing challenges unlike any we have ever seen, challenges that demand global solutions, and yet with geopolitical divisions that keep deepening so that we are edging towards the unimaginable. He described the state of the world as unsustainable, but he was also convinced that the challenges facing the world are solvable. In the spirit of hope and as a call to action and cooperation, the Pact for the Future is a positive step. We went on to say that 3 major drivers of unsustainability had to be confronted: impunity, where violations and abuses threaten the very foundation of international law and the Charter of United Nations; inequality, where injustices and grievances threaten to undermine countries or even push them over the edge; and uncertainty and great unmanaged global risks, which threaten our future in unknowable ways. And he said that he saw the world in a purgatory of polarity. He also referred climate change and the technological revolution and their impact as existential challenges linked to the great uncertainty that looms over the world, aggravated by the lack of progress towards the Sustainable Development Goal targets, which in the case of Latin America and the Caribbean, we analyze in depth every year at the meetings of the Forum of the Countries of Latin America and the Caribbean on Sustainable Development. The first chapter of the position document that we are presenting today elaborates on some of these topics. As you will see, we emphasize the possible impacts and implications of geoeconomic, geopolitical, technological, climatic, demographic, and other trends for development strategies in our region. And we also put emphasis on recommendation on how the countries of Latin America and the Caribbean navigate these complexities. For example, the impacts of climate change are increasingly affecting all countries, causing great material and human losses, damage, and impacts that are particularly strong in the Caribbean countries. Repairing these losses and damages weighs more and more on countries' budgets and debt levels, especially in the small island states of the Caribbean, where each year they cost GDP points each year. The world has gone from celebrating interdependence to deeply distrusting it. And geopolitical rivalry prevails in industrial, technological, and military matters. How to navigate these conflicts, rivalries, and trends is one of the greatest challenges facing the countries of the region. Adopting common positions would be one of the positive steps that the countries of the region can take to help avoid risk, strengthen the multilateral system, and also leverage opportunities. Because, yes, despite all the risks and uncertainties, at ECLAC we firmly believe that today's world offers great opportunities for the countries of the region, which countries can and should seize to promote their economic and social development. Opportunities also abound in the small island states of the Caribbean, which may also be correctly described as large ocean states in view of their extensive maritime areas. They not only have the opportunity to be great leaders in marine conservation, but also have the enormous potential to use these resources for the benefit of sustainable developments in industries such as fishing, tourism, and culture, as emphasized in the Antigua and Barbuda agenda for small island development states, a renewed declaration for resilient prosperity, which was an outcome of the fourth international conferences held in Antigua and Barbuda. So in the best ECLAC tradition, we will begin by analyzing these issues of the state of the world, the global economy and globalization, and I invite you to just discuss about all these topics, but allow me to make some reflections on the Summit of the Future and the Pact for the Future that emerged from it. As you know, the Pact contains international commitments to cooperation and intentions to reform in 5 major areas: sustainable development and financing for development, international peace and security, science, technology and innovation and digital cooperation, youth and future generations, transforming global governance. In addition, the Pact also has 2 important annexes: a global digital compact and a declaration of future generation. The first includes agreements on the important challenge of governments and regulation of artificial intelligence. The content in each of these areas identifies many important issues on which the world and humanity must progress. And although on issues such as transforming global governance, there is no room for any illusion that progress will occur in the short term, it is already very significant that a conversation is already happening on the need for greater representation of the developing countries in the Bretton Woods institutions and in the Security Council. At ECLAC, we believe that with the right follow-up, the Pact of the Future can accelerate the achievement of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development and SDGs. In the economic dimension of international governance, there are 2 processes that could yield significant results in the medium term: the possibility of the United Nations Convention on International Tax Cooperation and the preparation of the 4th International Conference on Financing for Development, which will be held in July 2025 in Spain. In the social dimension, the Second World Summit for Social Development will also be held in 2025, and this is another great opportunity to develop international cooperation on social issues. On the environmental front, the work on governance of these issues is carried forward at the regular meetings held in follow-up to the conventions on biodiversity. The 60th meeting of the Conference of the Parties and to the Convention on Biological Diversity, COP16, will be held in Cali in the end of October, and the UN Climate Change Conference will take place in Azerbaijan in November, and of course, COP30 will be held in Brazil next year. The topic of science, technology, innovation, and digital cooperation is central to economic development, health, education, productive transformation, and environmental sustainability, and to the way in which humanity produces, educates, lives, and interacts. International peace and security issues have become extremely urgent in light of recent events, and the topic of youth and intergenerational solidarity has myriad implications for today's young people and for future generations. And, of course, gender equality is a major cross-cutting issue of the greatest importance. In our region, precisely, we will be holding the 60th session of the Regional Conference on Women in Latin America and the Caribbean in Mexico. The brief overview of the topics covered by the Pact of the Future shows that it provides a solid framework for stronger multilateralism and an opportunity to strengthen international cooperation with concrete actions. All these issues are fundamental for Latin America and the Caribbean and have a decisive influence on the country's future development and well-being trajectories. They all have monitoring processes and forums, although governance or follow-up of the agreements remains crucial, and there are some imbalances that may be mentioned. Some issues such as trade and the reform of certain aspects of global governments are strongly affected by rivalry and geopolitical conflicts. Perhaps the most important contribution of the Summit of the Future, and one of the lessons that we should draw from it, is that for each and every country and society, it is important to think about the future, and from that perspective, to put topics that are important for the present on the agenda. And this is something that must be done in the framework of each country's multilateral, regional, and national dialogues. In other words, it is important that today's policies and actions be taken with full awareness of what type of future they can build. Unfortunately, as societies, we tend to live in immediacy and in the short term. This trend has been aggravated by social networks, which also generate more exciting than analytical thinking. Thinking about the future is a way of creating spaces for coming together, spaces for analysis, so that thinking about future scenarios enables us to generate more attractive agreements and policies for today. This is why one of the priorities we have defined at ECLAC is strengthening foresight and what is called anticipatory governance. For example, we are creating a network of parliamentary committees in the future in the region with the support of the future commissions of the Senate of Chile and Uruguay. This is an example of how ECLAC is seeking to create spaces for thought, leadership training, and cultural transformation, both for authorities as well as for government officials, as well as for high-level professionals from Latin America and the Caribbean. This is focused on analysis of global dynamics and interrelationship with our region, analysis of the new emerging rules of global interdependence, and the identification of emergent issues that are crucial for global and regional governance. Because there's no doubt that the world and Latin America and the Caribbean need and would definitely benefit from a world at peace, a strong multilateral system, a rule-based trading system, and collaboration to advance towards sustainable development, to advance towards the SDGs and address climate change. The position document that we are presenting at this 40th session of ECLAC is entitled Developer Traps in Latin America and the Caribbean, Vital Transformations and How to Management. We see Latin America and the Caribbean is facing three development traps: low capacity for growth, a high inequality and low social mobility and cohesion, and weak institutional capacities and ineffective governance. In addition, the region faces the challenge of climate change and promoting environmentally sustainable development. However, the emphasis in this document is not just on assessment, but also on the question on how to break from the traps and close the gaps that characterize our region. The proposal is innovative in that it focuses on the importance of moving from the what's to the hows to bring about these transformations. Otherwise put, it offers recommendations that go beyond a list of goals and aspirations, systematically addressing the challenges of governance, institutional capacity, the political economy, and social dialogue for these transformations to be successful. This is just not another document. Rather, it seeks to chart a new course in ECLAC thinking, research, and technical assistance, and invites governments and societies to rethink, reimagine, and change with a forward-looking or long-term vision in order to build a future with stronger and more proactive governance. Esteemed delegates, ladies and gentlemen, a country's development is a complex process, and that happens over a long term. There's no one country to be working on its own. The level of development attained is the result of the decisions and efforts made by the countries. In this end, and with this in mind, the aim of this document is to offer guidelines through a combination of pragmatism and effectiveness, nourish the hope that a better future is possible in a region of peace, committed to democratic development and to stronger multilateralism and international cooperation. The region has significant assets and competitive advantages for development. If we can build a collective capacity to chart and sustain accords for development that goes beyond terms of government, we will be able to nourish the hope for a better future. If we fail, we open the door to dystopian scenarios of stagnation, inequality, fear, frustration, polarization, and conflict. Esteemed delegates, ladies and gentlemen, ECLAC has been and intends to continue being a strategic partner for the governments and societies of the region to promote innovative ways of addressing all these challenges. Our functions include being a center of research and thinking of excellence, grounded in the value of the UN to analyze and develop action-oriented proposals on the region's development challenges in the changing international context. Our constant endeavor is to balance theory and practice because beyond research, thinking, and publications, as you know, the Commission is action-oriented and works closely with policymakers and practitioners in a broad range of areas in all countries of the region. We offer recommendations and possible solutions. We offer technical cooperation and training on policy and capacity building for development. We facilitate and support intergovernmental dialogue through more than a dozen subsidiary bodies and intergovernmental forums, as well as the participation of stakeholders from the private sector and civil society. And we facilitate sub-regional, regional, and multilateral cooperations in areas related to our mandate in collaboration with the whole UN systems at all levels. And as I have already suggested and is evident in the document we will today be presenting, we are innovating and strengthening our work on how to manage the transformations we see as essential with a more systematical approach to the challenges of government, institutional capacities, analysis of the spaces for social dialogue, and the political economy related to the successful management of those transformations. To conclude, I would like to reiterate that international experience shows the process by which policies are designed, adopted, and implemented. And this is just as important as the content of the policies themselves, because they are formulated and applied in specific contexts with given institutional capacities, framed within the challenges posed by the global economy and geopolitics. Accordingly, state institutional capacities and the interaction and dialogue between state and non-state actors affect the policy efficiency and the achievement of transformations. To answer the House, I encourage you to engage in an open and pragmatic discussion on the management of these transformations, creating a new regional consensus on how to look at the challenges of development and how to overcome them can be an ambitious aim. It is yet, with no doubt, but it is, however, a desirable and increasingly necessary one. We need a common thread in the region, a structured narrative for the entire region. This is important not only to inspire collective action nationally within each country, but also to function as a global actor, that is, to influence as a region, as jointly and as coherently as possible in the main international forums on the major issues of the international agenda. These are the topics that you are invited to talk about and analyze over the coming 3 days. In all the areas mentioned here, Latin America and the Caribbean has a wide margin for action, which depends on its own public policy decisions and resource allocation. The region needs to act and take decisive, integrated, and coordinated action to overcome development traps and move towards a more productive, inclusive, and sustainable future, as well as to help build a better world on the international stage. We hope that this position document, together with the conversation we will have in the following days, will serve to set a course and enable us to more effectively manage the vital transformations in our development models that we all aspire to. Thank you very much. We want to thank the words of the Executive Secretary of ECLAC, and now we will have the video message from Mrs. Amina Mohammed, Deputy General Secretary of the UN.
Dear friends, I thank the government of Peru for its commitment and contributions to the United Nations and for hosting the 40th session of the Economic Commission for Latin America and the Caribbean. At this critical time, we honor the legacy of Javier Pérez de Cuéllar, the 5th Secretary General of the United Nations, who left an indelible mark on the organization. Dear friends, the need for strong multilateral cooperation to deliver sustainable development was reaffirmed by member states at the Summit of the Future. The resulting Pact for the Future sends an unequivocal message. International cooperation is an imperative for addressing the multitude of crises we face today. Our global challenges, climate change, global health crisis, peace and security, and sustainable development are inherently intertwined. Challenges that no single nation, regardless of its power or resources, can tackle in isolation. We must now turbocharge the implementation of the 2030 Agenda and translate the Pact into action, together with the goals of the Global Digital Compact and the principles contained in the Declaration on Future Generations. With bold goals, we need bold new ideas. The 4th International Conference on Financing for Development is our next stop. The recommendations on financing for development are particularly relevant to countries like those that you represent, that despite their middle-income status are grappling with liquidity constraints, debt, and climate finance gaps. This, however, is not the only convening. Beijing Plus 30 and the Second World Summit for Social Development will allow us to come together in our aspiration for leaving no one behind. Allow me to close by thanking ECLAC for already putting on the table the document Development Traps in Latin America and the Caribbean, Vital Transformations and How to Manage Them, which will feed into your discussions today. I wish you a successful meeting, and I look forward to the outcome of your deliberations. Thank you.
Now it's a pleasure to give the floor to Mr. Samuel Ortiz Basualdo, Ambassador of the Republic of Argentina in Peru, as chair of the 39th session of ECLAC. Mr. Ambassador, thank you very much. Distinguished President of Peru, Dina Boluarte Segarra, Mr. Ambassador Eimer Segarra of Peru, José Manuel Salazar Siniliac, Executive Secretary, distinguished Ministers of Foreign Affairs, heads of delegation, distinguished delegates. First of all, allow me to convey the greetings and apologies of Diana Mondino, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, who could not be here on this occasion because of her agenda. So allow me to present the following reflections. Argentina recognizes the work of the Commission in its 75th anniversary, but also points to the needs of a constructive criticism. Throughout these decades, the Commission has collaborated with the governments of the region in the search for economic development and improved quality of living of our peoples. However, it's crucial to understand that that approach involves pluralism that represents the different voices and realities of Latin America. ECLAC has had a significant impact on the academic thinking and public policies of the region, but we cannot ignore that its work has been marked by limitations, including those emerging from the international context. Argentina now finishes the chair of the 39th session of ECLAC, which coincided with extraordinary events in my country, where we saw, as a result of the policies implemented by the previous administration, a decline in the economy and therefore a deterioration in the living conditions of the citizens and a reduction of productive capabilities. This reality that has been an obstacle for the development is comparable to those in the rest of the countries of the region. We see that according to the report presented by ECLAC on this occasion, our economies have reflected a scarce dynamism in the last 15 years. And for this year, they expect an economic growth that does not reach 2% in average. Argentina, with the new administration, is undertaking important reforms in order to reconstruct its economy, restore trust, and achieve more opportunities for trade and investments. Within that framework, I want to highlight the importance of bilateral trade relationships, especially our relationships that ECLAC should promote. ECLAC should be a space to promote a pluralist dialogue, permitting the inclusion of different approaches and strategies to strengthen our economies and to improve the living conditions of our inhabitants based on the international challenges. Distinguished delegates, we hope that the discussions during this session will be oriented to these objectives, and we wish Peru success in its chair of ECLAC in the next few years. Thank you very much. Thank you very much to the ambassador. And to conclude the ceremony, it's an honor to give the floor to the constitutional president of Peru, Dina Boluarte Segarra. Good afternoon, each of you. Distinguished Executive Secretary of the Economic Commission for Latin America and the Caribbean, ECLAC, distinguished Minister of Foreign Affairs, distinguished Ministers of State, head of the delegation of Argentina, ladies and gentlemen, heads of delegations, distinguished authorities, and distinguished members of delegations, representatives of international organizations, academia, and the civil society. Ladies and gentlemen, it is a pleasure for me to welcome you to Peru and to accompany you as you begin the work of the 40th session of the Economic Commission for Latin America and the Caribbean, ECLAC, an emblematic organization dedicated to seek economic and social development in the region. ECLAC has been of great help to strengthen the relationship amongst our countries and for the coordination of positions on development as international fora. Likewise, it has played an important role in the preparation of studies and research studies that constitute useful instruments for the design of public policies and the development of technological cooperation projects in the region. The session, the ECLAC's most important conference, provides us with an excellent opportunity to exchange ideas on the most pertinent and relevant issues for our peoples in terms of economic and social development, and reach conclusions that will guide the actions of our governments into tangible benefits for our citizens. It is also an ideal occasion to assess the activities carried out by the Commission and to define the direction of its work in the future. Latin America and the Caribbean, in the face of development traps, vital transformations, and how to manage them, That's the central topic for this session, within the framework of which we will address the main challenges and obstacles that we face as a region in order to achieve sustainable economic development and the well-being of our countries. I wish to thank the Secretariat of ECLAC for preparing the document on this topic, which provides a valuable diagnosis on the development traps facing Latin America and the Caribbean, including low economic growth, high inequality, and the need to improve our institutional capabilities in order to be more effective. It also analyzes the effects of climate change and the need to promote environmentally sustainable development and the importance of improving financing for development in order to achieve the required transformations. In this regard, I would like to highlight that despite the scenarios of slowdown at the global level, Peru has managed to return to the path of growth through the maintenance of sound macroeconomic policies, integration into international markets, and the consolidation of policies to promote free trade and foreign investment. Peru is a reliable partner in the eyes of the world, and we are firm and focused on the work in order to improve productivity, to reduce informality, and to promote strategic sectors. In that sense, one of our priority tasks is to provide better services and to promote the development of capabilities that will reduce the social gaps and inequality that especially affect our population in the most vulnerable sectors. Likewise, Peru is committed to the goals of the Framework Agreement of the United Nations on climate change, the Kyoto Protocol, and the Paris Agreement. Being Peru one of the most vulnerable developing countries in terms of climate change, the actions for adaptation are especially important, taking into account that our population suffering poverty is especially vulnerable to these adverse effects. So we are interested in the proposals of ECLAC to advance in transformations that promote sustainability through energy transition, circular economy, sustainable water management, sustainable tourism, and bioeconomy. Peru has guidelines for green growth that seek to articulate environmental and social policies and integrate them into national economic growth, as well as a green finance roadmap that establishes lines of action and participation of the actors involved to make environmentally friendly investments. We also agree on the urgent need to mobilize public and private resources at the national and international levels for the materialization of these transformations. As a middle-income country, Peru still has structural gaps that require the support of international cooperation. Along these lines, it is essential to review the way in which we measure progress, leaving aside as the only element of measurement the concept of a gross domestic product. We also reaffirm the importance of reforming the international financial architecture, significantly increasing the availability of financing for development and ensuring greater representation and voice of developing countries in international financial institutions. In this regard, we will participate actively in the discussions with a view to the 4th International Conference on Financing for Development to be held in 2025. Ladies and gentlemen, today, Peru reaffirms its commitment to multilateralism, to the United Nations system, and to ECLAC, which is expressed in the holding of this meeting in our country for the fourth time. We will shortly have the honor of receiving from Argentina the pro tempore chair of the Commission for the period 2025-2026. During its chair, Peru is committed to working decidedly to promote cooperation amongst our countries and a coordination to advance our priorities as a region on the development agenda. And finally, I would like to express my appreciation for the constant support provided by ECLAC to Peru in different cooperation projects, sustainable trade, electronic commerce, and the formulation of investment projects, amongst others. So once again, I wish to welcome you to Peru, and I hope that you will have productive working sessions that will contribute to the development and implementation of public policies that will help us overcome the traps of development for the well-being of our peoples, and that will also allow us to strengthen our ties with ECLAC. So welcome, and once again, I wish you all success in your task during these 3 days in this beautiful city of Lima, Peru. Thank you very much. Good afternoon. We wish to thank President Boluarte. As we said before, the President is inviting the heads of delegation to take an official picture. The conference officials, please accompany the heads of delegation. The rest of you, please stay in the room. We will have a brief break. Thank you.
Sí, así. Sí, 1, 1, 1. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Por favor. Les pedimos tomar asiento.
We please ask you to take your seats. We are about to resume our meetings.
Bueno, continuando con los trabajos.
To continue with the work sessions of the 40th session of the Economic Commission for Latin America and the Caribbean, ECLAC, it is time to elect the chair of ECLAC for the next 2 years. It is a tradition that the host country be the one elected to preside over the destinies of the session. I would like to submit for the consideration of the delegation's present election as a chair. Can we seal this moment with a round of applause? All right. I will now give the floor to Mr. Elmer Schialer, Minister of Foreign Affairs of Peru, to preside from now on over the ECLAC mission and present the document we're going to be working on. Thank you, dear Luis. It's been a long time since we first met, and and it's also been a long time since we last saw each other. Your Excellencies, Ministers of Foreign Affairs, Vice Ministers, Ministers of States, Excellencies, Ambassadors, delegates of the intergovernmental agencies and other international organizations that are with us here today in this very important meeting of our organization of the Economic Commission for Latin America and the Caribbean, ECLAC. Since this is the first occasion that I have to address you all, I would like first to reiterate, first of all, our most warm welcome, not only to the works, but also would like to welcome you to my country, to Lima, to the city. I trust you will have an excellent time here, that you work really hard, but that you will also find some time to enjoy or savor, let's say, some of the interesting things that Lima has to offer. I would like also to thank you for the trust vested on us, for the leadership of all these works of the 40th session of the Economic Commission for Latin America and the Caribbean, ECLAC, and for being your chair for the next 2 years. I would now like to submit to your approval, delegates, the provisional agenda for this meeting, which was distributed by the Secretariat. You have before you the document signed LC/40/1/Ref.1, which has been prepared by the Secretariat in accordance with the provisions contained in Chapter 2 of the Rules of Procedure of ECLAC, entitled Provisional Agenda, which I would like to submit for your consideration. If there are no comments, and this is the part I like most, it stands approved. So the provisional agenda, which is no longer a provisional but a steady and firm agenda, has been approved. As you well know, The session period is the most important biennial meeting of ECLAC, which our country has had the honor to host and to chair in 1969, 1984, and in the year 2014. This meeting is an opportunity to analyze relevant issues to the development of the countries of the region, and also allows us to review the progress of the Commission's activities. According to the agenda that we have just approved, ECLAC must now present the document that it has prepared specially for this session. The theme selected for this occasion is, and I open quotes, Latin America and the Caribbean in the face of development traps. I now would like and have the honor and pleasure of inviting its Executive Secretary, Mr. José Manuel Salazar Chirinax, to present the document entitled Development Traps in Latin America and the Caribbean, Vital Transformations and How to Manage Them. Mr. Salazar Chirinax, you are acknowledged. Good afternoon. Let's see whether the microphone is ready and operating. I would like to make it a little bit more dynamic here, standing in front of you instead of just remaining in my chair. It is an honor to present to you this document, the position document that we have developed with all the team from ECLAC. On this opportunity, we have already announced the title and the main themes that we are covering in this document. But what I would like to do is to reiterate that this is an open invitation to rethink and reimagine the development models. To rethink and reimagine is not just out of the blue. There was a moment of big thinking after the financial crisis between 2008 and 2009, and of course a big period following the pandemic and the recent crisis, where we have redefined a number of topics, and the world is now in the search of solution to topics and open to big changes. And as I said, this is not just one additional document. We have worked in these efforts trying to reimagine and rethink, and also to point out some directions so that it might be a document useful with a pragmatic economic. We will be talking not only about how or when, but the idea is to build a better future. The structure of the presentation is the same contained in the document. A first chapter about globalization, a second chapter where we're going to be redefining the 3 traps of development and the 11 vital transformations that we are proposing, or areas of transformation. Then something that is very important, which is something about the hows. We're going to be talking about a conceptual framework about how to manage transformation, how to think, how to come closer in a certain way to systematically respond the hows. And as you see, this is not something as a casual, something out of the blue. The next 4 questions: how to achieve stronger, sustained, inclusive, and sustainable growth. And it was the trap of low capacity to grow. Then how to reduce inequality and promote inclusion and social mobility, how to promote sustainability and address climate change, and how to mobilize financing for development. This is basically the logic, the fundamental logic that we will be following. And globalization then. Well, the topic and what this chapter says is that the world is in transition to a new scenario. This is quite fluid. There are several scenarios possible, but we are in a moment where we see that geopolitics has changed, and the relative weight of different countries, the structure of the world is completely different. And since there are different weights, there's also a different geopolitical strength. What was the old scenario? This is a nutshell, which is this further explained in the topic. Before we were talking about market and efficiency. But what is to give priority to efficiency? Remember how we celebrated, thought that a product, a flat TV screen, and everything was produced in 5 countries or in 12 countries. We were celebrating the fragmentation of production in the good sense of the word. By fragmenting the production, it meant that each component, part, and piece of an artifact or an automobile or just a machine was produced in the place where it was cheapest to do. Therefore, the final product was to be the cheapest possible with enormous benefits for the consumers. So that is what we mean when we give priority to the efficiency and the market to celebrate interdependence. So there was that cost reduction, which was what guided their geographical location and global supply chains. And the factories were installed where there was lowest cost and where they had the logistics involved to produce those documents. And in terms of governance, well, we created the World Trade Organization, and we worked in, the countries would cooperate in having more complete and comprehensive rules of common application, widely respected, with just dispute settlement agencies. This was the previous scenario. Throughout the years, we have been changing, and now we are in a completely different scenario. What is the current scenario? Now, the topic of security, that before it was only applied to military issues or national security, now is dominating national policies. We talk about energetic security, security in supply chains, in food, and now we give priority, given that rivalry and this change of policies, to national technological industrial leadership goals. So we have this new type of industrial policies that they are not only policies but are quite strong, and that in some cases use tariffs, and there's and also a use of subsidies or general subsidies, at least for those countries who have the fiscal space to do that type of things. And then there's lack of trust in an interdependence. This was distrusted. We have this word in English called de-risking, to reduce risks, where to find risk and how to produce change of supply with the least risk possible, the nearshoring, friendshoring, tending to do a geographical relocation of the things based on these new objectives. And then we are also in a transition. Well, here there are 2 ways of characterizing this to simplify this. These are 2 scenarios. One scenario, which more favorable, which wanted to do transitions towards a new set of rules, trade, investment, environment, etc., with security as the dominant objective, of course. That is completely different to what happened before, where we had just interdependence. So it is very important to participate in lots of fora. For example, just to give you an example, big negotiations about plastics. There's a new convention on plastics. But just like that, there are many other examples. But the other scenario is a scenario that we are looking at unilateral measures, tariffs and subsidies that are not consulted, that go against the agreements of subsidies of the trade organizations or the free trade agreement. So there's also a scenario that we also have to work so that it doesn't become a reality, for where there is a collapse of the rules and impunity. This is a way of characterizing very quickly, as I said before, to characterize the situation. To just give you a couple of graphs, the one to the left, we see the cost of goods and services as a percentage of the world GDP. See that there's a lot of growth in the 80s, all the way until the financial crisis in 2008. And there we have a collapse with ups and downs, but when this stabilizes, it doesn't grow that much. This growth started in the 80s, 35, 40%, all the way to more than 60%. It maintains, which is good news. It doesn't mean that we went back to having 40%, but it did not continue growing at the same pace. And if we see on the right, on the graph on the right, the new restrictive and liberalizing measure, we see in the red line 2009, how we passed from 3,000 to 6,000, and this has continued growing with restrictive and liberalizing measures. Main elements, just by way of a summary, to give you the titles of what we have, what we saw in the graph, there's a slowdown of the goods and trade services. But if we look at the flows of the services flow, these grow quite rapidly with the digital revolution, with all the companies of services, imports and exports of modern services. So there are two trends that depend whether we talk about goods or services. Then there's a technological and a geopolitical rivalry that has led to the geographical relocation of GVCs. Then we see the return of industrial policies based on large-scale subsidies and or protectionism. Then there's a process to reform the rules of international corporate taxation. Well, there's all around the OECD. Now we are approving a new proposal in terms of taxes. So we see the rules are somewhat being changed, accelerated technological changes, and of course climate change that imposes economic and social costs and consequences that, of course, in ECLAC we have estimated how this affects different countries. And this, unfortunately, we have the hurricane right now affecting Florida, but we see a lot of these impacts in the Caribbean. Then we also have floods, phenomena related to water, flooding or lack of water. So there's important climate changes with huge consequences. What does this imply for Latin America and the Caribbean? Here, what we do is to ask questions, and we hope that these are relevant questions that will foster our conversation. We just give some responses, but the idea is to understand how to navigate geopolitical and trade conflicts from a regional perspective. Here, there's an ongoing debate, like saying, well, we try as a country to maintain equidistance between the different geopolitical globes. Alignment, do we align? Some countries align from one side or geography, or some authors have said no to active alignment. And another question is, does each country do this individually or do they do them in group? But it is important to make the question. Another key question is how to compete in attracting foreign direct investment and stimulate investment. This is a delicate issue because there are valid ways of competing, and there are others that are not that valid. And there are some countries that compete based on subsidies, and this is a problem. And also amongst some countries, there are some states in big countries that compete between each other. There's a big discussion how to promote technological and productive development with technology rivalry between blocs, particularly when there are pressures by the big commercial partners in matters related to telecommunication, power grids, in terms of digital systems, artificial intelligence, when they can say, no, with that company or that company, we're not going to be dealing, I'm going to be talking to my friends, or well. So there's a big issue there. It's a triple climate change related financing challenge, how to repair all the damage of all these damages, the topics of adaptation and mitigation. There's a big, huge need that wasn't there 20 years ago to invest and fund only to repair damages related to climate change and to not incur in global warming. And then the question about how to have more common positions as a region and what benefits and before which fora. This is a question that is still fundamental. And as we know, this is not a good moment. Unfortunately, it is difficult at this point in time, but it would be quite desirable for Latin America to have certain weight in world fora, because each country individually, even though it might be a big in extension, it's difficult to work on its own. This is basically a very short summary in 10 minutes about the first chapter, the type of things, because it's a tradition. ECLAC has always thought about the challenges of national development, but referred to world economy. These models of the years 50s that were so famous already represented a reflection of the periphery of that meant the exchanges and the trading simplification. Now it is even more difficult to have a model, a simplified simplified model. We have our own realities. The second chapter here, we are going to be talking a lot about the 3 development traps and the 11 vital transformations. Which are the 3 traps I already mentioned in my opening address? I said this quite quickly, but these are huge topics. One trap of low capacity for growth. I'm going to be showing you a couple of graphs that are quite eloquent. A trap of low capacity is well known, but it is not just by mere chance that these 3 characteristics, high inequality and low social mobility and cohesion trap and low institutional capacity, these are 3 related topics, but they're not the same thing, but they reinforce each other. We're going to be talking a little bit more about those things. And as I said, the third trap is the low institutional capacity and ineffective governance trap. This is absolutely fundamental. It is difficult to identify one case of a successful policy, either in education, in digital transformation, in health, in whatever topic you wish, in social polity, and there is no strong institutions with excellence. So we're going to be saying what we talk when we talk about top capacities, which are the technical, operational, political, and prospective. So we're talking about how to leave these gaps. Here we have one graph that we have been showing. This is not the first time that we show them, but here you have more than 70 years of growth, decade by decade since the 50s. The orange lines here are the mobile average, the average of the region during those decades. So you can see in the 50s, the average growth was 4.9, in the 60s, 5.7, in the 70s, 5.6, almost 6. You have the famous lost decade of the 80s, where the growth drops to 2.5% as an average. And then we have the time of the consensus of Washington, the change of the development policies, an average 19, and then 2,203. You see that there's a drop with the financial crisis, and then the relative recovery from 2010 to 2019, 1.9, and from 2015 to 2024, 0.9. And this is not just before of the pandemic shocks of minus 6.9, because there was a rebound of 7%, but there's a decade. And this is why we have been talking about the second lost decade. And if we see that line towards the future and with the perspectives of what we know, or at least what we project, that's the growth for 2025 and 2026, we're starting to go towards a third lost decade. So we see how we are going to avoid this lost decade in terms of growth. I know there's a discussion saying that not everything is measured by the GDP. You have to look at other dimensions. Perhaps then the decade of the 80s was not that lost. But in terms of growth, it's like this, because this is the key thing. The topic is that countries that would have rates of 1 or 1.5 or 2 rates, not 1 year, 2 years, but 10 years, it is very difficult to reduce informality and poverty. It is very difficult to create quality employment and to have the taxation income to finance social transference. So we have a problem there. And here, very quickly, the same year, 75, with other methodology, with this structural problem of low growth. We have 30 years, 5.5% of growth. The second group, 2.7. The last 15 years, 1.6. What is the issue? The issue is that there is a structural problem of low capacity for growth, and this is what we're saying, and this is what we're saying in this trap. This is not a matter of juncture of the last year, the years before. It's something way deeper than that. It is important to talk about what are the causes for that situation, and we see that this is a discussion amongst economists, but to simplify, is the low productivity growth and low productive diversification. Then it's a problem in Latin America of there's a flat productivity, the low investment as well, that is also related to productivity, but we are the region in the world that has the lowest investment rates even compared to Africa, and let's not mentioned Asia, where cases of investment of 20%, and other regions have 30%, and some even reach 40%. Well, if it's too much, it might also be a problem. But the fact is that we have low investment rates, and we have a lack of human talent with the required skills and the training required. One of the pieces of data we have is that in 2023, the average labor productivity in constant dollars was 4% lower than that in 1980. I also mentioned the schooling years have been increasing, but the quality of learning hasn't improved. We are ranking very bad in the PISA test, and all this is related to the employment rate. From 2011 to 2019, we registered the lowest average annual rate of job creation in the last 70 years. This is why growth is necessary, and so necessary because a average low rate means that there's a low labor market, different to a country that would grow at 3 or 4% and has a sustainable growth. Here we have a piece of information of a graph related to productivity. We see here how productivity, well, you see this in the blue line on top, and the orange one is the rest of the world. So we had a growth in productivity, quite interesting, from 1952 to 1980. But after that time, since then, the line of productivity has been much flatter, and there's a point of inflection close to 2016, when for the first time ever, at least since those statistics are there, the average productivity of Latin America grows below the world productivity. This is the other trap, the trap of high inequality that can be shown here. And there are many figures here to show, but one figure is the Gini index that measures inequality. See how the blue line, which is Latin America, has Gini indexes. That means that we have higher inequality than other regions in the world that are represented. Europe, industrialized country, etc. Some improvements since the year 2000, particularly in the golden area of 2003, 2004. Well, this reduced, that's good news, but we are still at 2020, and at present time, the region that has the lowest results in terms of the Gini index. Some efforts that we do in this document, and we have been thinking a lot about this, is how to when we invite to rethink how to think about inequality and the low mobility and the low dynamism in the labor market, there are lots of literature, there are containers of literature about this topic, even the ECLAC itself. But we are saying, but what happens? Why is it that that nothing really changes? So in an effort to summarize what we know, we have identified these 6 or 7, in fact, factors, which this does not mean that this is going to explain inequality, 100% of the inequality, but to say some of our resources, it would explain like 60 or 80%. But we know that in these 7 factors, we are compiling most of what inequality is all about. What are these factors? Well, low growth, low dynamism of the labor market, and productive heterogeneity. So what does this productive heterogeneity means? That these are different among sectors. There's some that have high productivity, and some sectors have a very low productivity rate. Also, in the size of the companies, there's some oceans of micro companies, very small companies of very low productivity, and very less medium and bigger companies. So there's a problem in that term, and there are also differences in terms of territory, concentrations of high productivity in certain cities and big rural areas with low productivity. So much of the inequality is anchored in this structure. This is why part of the solution does not go go only through social policies, even though social policies, in order to compensate that inequality embedded in the productive sector, well, we would have to change the productive structure. But, well, then the second element is regressive tax systems. Unfortunately, most of the countries have indirect taxes, TVAs that are paid by everybody, from the poorest to the richest person. So there's a big discussion of how just to change different income tax to riches to wealth, so it would make systems more progressive. Then weak social policies which do not reduce inequality rooted in the productive aspect. Then education systems with serious weaknesses. We are not going to be going deeper into this, but we know that there is a number of explanations in the documents about the quality of learning. But I'm going back to the topic of low mobility, because if there's all these, let's see, there are two engines or two accelerators of social mobility. This is a dynamic work market, and another one is an educational system that works correctly, that creates talent. So, and these two staircases have weakened. So the topic of social mobility is so important here. Then there's the gender inequality, which is structural. We have 20 points difference between the participatory rate in the labor market between men and women. And we also in part see that there are care systems that are absolutely insufficient. Then we see high inequalities and spatial segregation in urban areas. Here, well, this is not new, but perhaps we should more think about inequality. Now, let us remember that we are the region that is mostly urbanized in the world. Most than 80% of the population in Latin America and the Caribbean lives in cities. However, these are factories of inequality because of the use of space, the segregation in urban areas, the quality of public services, everything. And finally, something which is very well known is discrimination and human rights violations suffered by certain population groups.
This with respect to the diagnostics. And basically, now, in order to move forward, we recommend that it's not enough to work with one or two of these actors. If countries want to move towards a social cohesion, mobilization, we have to work on all these aspects. It's very difficult, and that's why we have not been able to reduce inequality. But we need to do that innovation. The low institutional capacity or ineffective governance trap, obviously, that limits the capacity of the government to implement effective policies. I already said that. We need sound institutions in order to manage the transformation, but also we need state policies because let's think about education, health, the productive part, they will not be solved in a single administration. The experience of the Asian countries, even those that accelerated a lot, it took them 20, 30 years. And that's why the issue of the institutional quality and continuity and the cumulative effect of policies is so important. And ineffective governance, that's a big issue. But here, the key issue is what capacity do we have? Let's not talk about the government, but what's the capacity of the society to establish a direction? What capacity does a society have to establish a direction and follow that path instead of going in zigzag? And that implies the participation of the private sector, the citizenship, and accountability by the rulers. In terms of institutional capacity, we include reference to two indices, which are almost the only ones that exist for state capacity. One, the segment, Hansen and Sigmund, and there you see the countries included. All those on top with dotted lines are developed countries that have much higher levels of the index compared to the Latin American countries included in the graph. And here, for instance, you can see, unfortunately, where they are. So there are indices, there are some measurements, and the other one is the global governance measurements of the World Bank that include governance, absence of violence and terrorism, accountability, effectiveness of the government, and you can see the countries of OECD, all the OECD countries with high income are above the 85 percentile, while all the Latin American countries, the green lines, different years, are focused around the 60th percentile. Other measurements, other techniques, but we have a very important quality gaps, with the exception of the indicator of political stability. The results of the 17 were lower than 2012, and in 2022 even lower. Not only do we have gaps, but we are going in the wrong direction. We are not converging. We talk about three traps, and these are some views of evidence on the three traps. Another more detailed way of doing the diagnostic, like changing eyeglasses, to see more in detail this, what we call the decalogue, 10 structural gaps. Of course, here the risk of making a list of traps is that it's easy to criticize. For instance, they don't have 11, 12, and 13. And other easy criticism is to say, no, if these are the priorities of ECLAC, well, more than three things, no, too much. So there's no priority. So I challenge somebody to remove one of these issues that they think is not a challenge for Latin America, for Peru, for Costa Rica, or for any country. So what do we include in this decalogue? First, the trap I mentioned, the low capacity for growth, and to the right, all the social issues, high inequality, low mobility, the important social protection gaps, pension coverage, insufficient care, educational systems, and weak professional training programs, and high gender inequality. So those are social issues. And then we get to environmentally non-sustainable development and climate change. We have an entire chapter in the report on this. Migratory flows within the region, we know that has increased the different flows, the different nationalities, the routes, that all that has been aggravated. Insufficient regional economic integration. There's a big difference between Central America and South America. And I would like to delve into that because it's a very important issue. And all this converges on the topic of limited fiscal spaces, the issue of financing that we have in the last chapter of the report. And the cross-cutting issue, which is the third trap, is complex governance and low institutional capacities. So this is a way of seeing the gaps. Now, if you add these 10 gaps, these 10 traps that are around the circle with the low institutional capacities, you find this graph, which is prescriptive. These are the 11 vital transformations. This is the title of the report, Vital Transformation. This is what we propose as areas which are vital for countries to work on, to seek to deepen the diagnostic of these issues. And this is just a suggestion of what we need to discuss. But the most interesting thing is the relationship. These are not silos. The question is the how to expand the social protection, how to move towards a more sustained and quick development. How do we have a secure, regular migration? How do we keep on promoting sustainability and so on? And that's what we chose in the report, 4 of those topics, not 11, because it would be heavier to read in addition to the 300 pages that we offer. So we chose 4 big issues. These. Out of the 11 transformations, 4 big transformations: the big productive transformation, reduction of inequality, sustainable development, and resource mobilization. In terms of transition, the House. I said that we proposed a conceptual framework, although it sounds like arrogant and difficult, but simply it's a way of seeing it, where we give the response on 4 issues. First, governance. What is governance and how is it improved? Then institutional capacity. What are they? And social dialogue, because this is very important before the capacity to rule each ministry, of course, the executive in general, but in their area of competence, to have spaces for dialogue with the stakeholders, of groups of interest, so that they can move forward in the transformation. And of course, the political economy, which is classical. How to make coalitions for change to be greater than resistance to change, because the resistance to change is there always, sometimes too much. So that's a problem. So simply, this is the way in which we would like to invite you to think about the House. We make a distinction. I won't give much detail, but a distinction between governance and governability. Governance, ability to define a direction, and especially to define it, because you can do it on paper, but also the capacity of moving society in that direction. And it has to be positive, because you can also move society in a negative path. And governability, the ability to ensure compliance with the law, the rule of states, maintains stability and the legitimacy of institutions. We have different surveys where we see that many countries, unfortunately, the institutions are losing legitimacy. There are more citizens that do not trust on the institutions, in general, in the democratic system. So all this for transformational change. Capacities, here we have to ask ourselves what type of capabilities of institutions. We talk about the top capabilities: technical, operational, political, and perspective. These are just examples. For each issue, we have a chart describing the type of capabilities, basically information systems for the implementation of policies, to have an impact assessment culture, to assess the policies, the operational level, modern public management tools, mechanisms for transparent implementation of resources. Political, the social dialogue spaces for policy formulation, possibility of having public coordination, but also coordination between the public and other sectors, and development of public leadership and perspective capabilities. Well, we are emphasizing a lot on the capacity of monitoring the trends, to analyze the realities that will affect us. And that leads us to the possibility of having agile responses to unexpected events. We understand that very easily now in face of the natural phenomena, not to wait for a hurricane or to have a landslide or a flood. It's important to have quick responses. The issue of the types of social dialogue. I worked 14 years in the ILO. I'm quite familiar with the tripartite social dialogue. The ILO has it very clear. There are conventions. Most of the countries in Latin America, if not all, have signed the conventions where they commit to different issues. There are different ways to negotiate wages and so on. That's very institutionalized and is well known. But what are the spaces for social dialogue for productive development? Or how should spaces be organized for fiscal reforms? The discussion about taxes, or how to have social dialogue for territorial development. There is social dialogue for peace, and so on. So what's the point here? The innovation, well, what we're suggesting is that we are planning in ECLAC to have a plan for research that is more systematic on these 4 issues, the top capabilities and political economy. So it's important to have studies, data, graphs, but in the end, the best documents, the best intentions are stagnated in the reality. So we have to think systematically on the how to advance. And for that, we need dialogue and research. So basically, that's the conceptual framework, as I said before, and the other 4 chapters try to apply this conceptual framework in order to respond to the question of how to manage the respective transformations. This is the first attempt. And for instance, the issue of the political economy has not been developed, and that is something that is difficult in general. It's something that corresponds to each country, to each context. But we make an effort, especially in terms of the top capabilities of the institutions. And here I will be more brief. How to achieve stronger, sustained, inclusive, and sustainable growth. How to get away from the trap of low growth. And here we propose, well, there are several things, what the economists call the fundamental climate for investment, rule of state, and so on. But there's a new vision of productive development policies that Europe has been applying, also the United States, that have been applied by different countries in Latin America. What are the elements? And just to make an effort to simplify things, first to define a wide range of driving sectors, not just industry. You may recall that the classical sectors for development, as we studied within ECLAC in the 60s, was industrialization, because it was thought that the industry, and it was true at that time, it was the only one that had economies of scale, international trade, links with different sectors, but the measurements said that the industry was the only one. Services, and when people thought of services, they thought of massage and hair cutting, but they did not have economies of scale. Or agriculture. Well, now, as an industry 4.0, the technological development has changed everything. Industry 4.0 are modern services, modern industries, modern agriculture with drones and so on. So what we are saying in ECLAC and this new vision, which is not only of ECLAC, something that we are collecting from 15 years of literature, is that we need a wide band. The recommendation of countries is it's important to bet on several sectors, but those sectors do not need to be only industry. There are sectors, service sectors. My country, Costa Rica, the first exports, the main exports are modern entrepreneurial services, more than 25% of exports. The second export sector, medical devices. Uruguay is growing very quickly in their exports. We have the Minister of Uruguay here, but they are growing a lot in modern services as well. So there is a source for generation of employment. So that's one point. To understand these policies as multi-actor, multi-level collaborative efforts, governance design is essential. And this is a difference with the industrial policies as being applied by the U.S. This is not what we are recommending. And in simple terms, those industrial policies, as those applied in the United States and other countries in Europe and China, is to put subsidies in front of everything. They pass a law, $200 billion that are distributed. Well, they don't put $200 billion or any other amount. The people respond to incentives. The issue is that if you have the $200 billion to invest. So here what we are saying is that you have to put governance in front of everything. And that means cooperation amongst the stakeholders, public, private sector, and academia, to combine the horizontal with the vertical, not to be shy in choosing sectors, to have sectors and work on them. Some countries have worked in tourism. The only way of developing in tourism is having a policy coordinated amongst the different sectors. And the same thing for any other sector, be it services, modern services, software, mining. Any sector requires sectoral policies. And And there's a lot of evidence at the international level that the cluster initiatives are a very effective way of doing this. Another characteristic is balancing top-down and bottom-up policies. In other words, built from the territories. We have a tradition in Latin America and the Caribbean of very centralized policies. As somebody said in a seminar, well, that came canned from the capital. Well, we have to forget about those canned policies and build them more spontaneously in dialogue and cooperation among sectors. And that's experimental governance. It doesn't imply to do experiments, but having a flexible system of defining policies and so on. And the issue of internationalization is very important to have a criterion in order to enter international markets and in order to be able to compete with the competitive imports in a more open environment. Each of these topics is developed in more detail in the document, and they are all important. We also have an issue of definition of policies. And that's why this is not easy. But this graph, for obvious reasons, we call it the temple or the house. It defines the productive development policies that aim at sophistication, diversification, and virtuous structural change, and are related to topics like science and technology, technological extensionism, digital transformation, the closing of human talent gaps, and financing, and so on. I'm aware of the time left, but there's a definition of the scope of these policies, and therefore the demands for coordination and governance in the policies. Because if we have an institution in charge of digital transformation, another one for technological extensionism, supposing the country has another one for science and technology and another one for other things, and they don't talk to each other, there's lack of coordination, and we cannot move forward like that. And with this, we conclude this topic. In this quick summary, the idea here, the message is that it's important not to be shy in selecting sectors, in working with those sectors. This is an example of a portfolio of driving sectors for productive transformation, with the caveat that it's not a one size fits all. Each country has to define what sectors are suited for them. The important thing is to have a vision. Of course, what we see in green here is the big push for sustainability, energy transition, electromobility, circular economy, bioeconomy, agriculture for food security. In the chapter, in some of the chapters, we have a section on each of these things, but, well, I've received many ministers and authorities, and we present this graph. They relate to it because countries are doing this. The thing is how they're doing it. How can it be improved? Services. I spoke about export of modern services, the care society. That's a very important service sector. We have the director of the gender division here, and there are some documents, a vision that has been developed with many organizations, economists, and women groups and leaders, and it's quite clear that not only the issue of the care of children with aging of societies, country after country in the year 28, 29, 30, the demand for care of people of more than 65 years will be greater than that for children. In Europe, in the last 12, 15 years, one of the three sectors of greatest growth in employment is the care sector, the care of the elderly, that require therapists, nurses, institutions, depending on the needs, and physicians. The issue of the care sector is one of the will grow a lot. We will all need care, some faster than others. And if we make the investments that are necessary, that need to be made, it will be a great source of employment. Just an example, but in each of these, you can see quite clearly what's the importance of having a care society. And examples of top capabilities, well, the same ones, but in this case, for purposes of that policy areas, what type of institutional capabilities do we need in order to have a driving sector portfolio in order to build a care society and so on. Basically, that's the idea. How to reduce inequality and promote social inclusion and mobility. We go back to the diagnostic graph. And the basic thesis here is that it's not enough to have to work on one or two of these topics. Unfortunately, many of our countries, inequality will not reduce itself on its own, and probably it will increase with digital transformation. But we need a sort of ecosystem, institutional ecosystem with greater coordination. Some ministries, some countries have a social cabinet, but that's not working so well. So here the appeal and the message is to have a more comprehensive vision of these policies, a comprehensive framework of policies, and a way of getting together, because we can generate synergies and be more successful. Examples of top capabilities, well, I already mentioned the strengthening of an institutional ecosystem to manage this great transformation in social policies, comprehensive information systems, social registries of beneficiaries in education. Well, in ECLAC, we devoted work on how to improve this institutionality, and in education. Very important to focus not only on the rates of schooling, but also the results of learning, and to expand urban planning capabilities. That's one of the things. These are just examples. For each topic, we have a broader chart on the top capabilities of the institutions and the governance and social dialogue requirements. And for that, we need presidential leadership and mechanisms of coordination amongst all the entities responsible in order to have a more progressive tax systems. Of course, this is one of the most difficult things to negotiate, to improve taxes.
Last topic, well, not the last topic, because we still have to talk about funding, but here, how to promote sustainability. Well, as we know, the imperative of climate change and human and friendly human activity are shaping the economy and production systems globally. As part of the new conversation, and managing this transformation requires both cross-cutting approaches and sector-specific transformation strategies. We need to create new sectors. Let's think about renewable, but then also some of them have to be destroyed, like fossil fuels. Well, humanity will still depend on fossil fuels, but less and less as we are successful in the renewable sources. These are the sectors that that are being analyzed in the document. There is a section in each one of it with emphasis on institutional capacities and how to advance in each one of them. There's enormous competitive advantages in Latin America and the Caribbean. We're the region in the world with the highest share of renewable energy in terms of power generation. There's some countries that have 90 or 95% in renewable energy generation because of new investment in solar equipment, wind. There's a mining potential to contribute, particularly some countries that have 40, 50, or 60% of the world reserves of some of the 12 strategical minerals for transition and electromobility in the world, and we have to see how to do responsible mining industry dialogues with communities and how to add added value. Then there's a great opportunity to universal access of clean water and sanitation. In terms of circular economy, we have a new paradigm of production. We have worked with Paraguay in a strategy of circular economy. And there's also a great opportunity for growth in sustainable tourism, bioeconomy, and food security. So this is the optimistic message, but not only optimistic, but a call for action. These are tasks that countries should implement. And the example, again, of these institutional capabilities and electromobility, just to mention one, this prospective capacity to anticipate the availability and penetration of different energy sources, ethanol, biogas, electricity, hydrogen, and demand trends in bioeconomy. There are big needs, particularly to coordinate between institutions in strategic minerals, then the topic of governance, responsible exploitation of mines, and the application of productive tourism policy. A country like Chile that has so much mining richness and wealth. So we see whether Chile can produce electrolytes, advance in the production of batteries. Well, the same thing applies for other countries as well. And how to mobilize financing for development. This is the last chapter. Here, there are 3 or 4 things that I would like to underscore in this chapter. First, the limitations that we have to be aware of where we are or where the obstacles are. First is the low growth limits tax revenue. So part of the action of getting more fiscal space is to just strengthen the economy. This is something important to keep in mind. Then we have to see the high levels of evasion and avoidance and high regressivity of the tax structures. This is why it's not just pure coincidence that these topics are in the agenda of many countries. This is not an easy task, but it is considered agendas. Reforms. Then we have to see the high levels of indebtedness, particularly in the Caribbean. The Caribbean has an average levels of indebtedness that are 15 points above the Latin American average. And this is because each year they have to reconstruct and they have to enter into higher debts to repair damages as a result of natural disasters. But Latin America also has levels of indebtedness. There are some countries that are using 3, 4, or even 5 points of the GDP, not in the payment of the debt, but only to pay interests. And this is why we came up with a document where we were talking about this concept of development stress, that is not only the stress of having the debt, but looking at the financial sector, but thinking of the country that instead of being using 5% of the GDP, at least a couple of those GDP points could be used for development needs. And that if that would be done, it could be just an expansion of the fiscal space. Well, we've seen some very successful examples. It is very difficult, of course, but it is something that, José Antonio will be talking about this, and the efforts that they did generated like 2 points of the GDP of Colombia with big efforts. And when we talk about 1 point that might appear to be very little, this means a lot of money. So these levels of indebtedness is a very important issue. Then the high financing costs and all the topic about inadequate international financial architecture. And this is installed in the international conversation. We see insufficient tax revenues. Here in the left in orange, we have Latin America and the Caribbean. You see that this goes back to the period covering the 90 to 2008. 5 points of the GDP, but then this has stabilized tax revenues. But despite of this increase, the gap as compared to the OECD countries is very big. Then in the graph on the right, we see that 21% is Latin America for tax revenues, whereas the income for the OECD is 34. So there's like 12 points in difference. And then you see here the levels country per country. Then this topic about the payment of interest, well, this is a publication that we came up to, and we see that how there are countries we look at the 2021, which is here shown in orange. This is for 21 countries. They are using, well, in other words, what they're investing in education is 63% of what they pay in interest. So the central government pays this as a percentage. No, the other way around. He corrects himself. The payment of interest as a percentage of what they invest in education, 63%, in health, 64%, social protection, 54%. So this is a restriction, and if we do not continue working in terms of the restructuring, the debt, of going the payment of this to future years, and this will be the only solution to open new fiscal spaces. We just came up with a strategy to mobilize financing with 3 areas. The first one was to strengthen public finances, how to improve tax collection, or the topic about improving public debt management, administration capabilities, and the use of innovative financial instruments like thematic bonds, for example. Then the macroprudential policies, there's a number of mechanisms like reserve requirements, capital buffers of financial institutions, capital account regulations. These are macroprudential policies that could complement macroeconomical policies, and these are a number of instruments, and our message is that this should be used more intensely than strengthening the credit cycle monitoring. Finally, the third one is the support of to support the reform of international financial architecture. This is big news that in the Pact of the Future, the UN has been working along these lines, and there is a momentum because we see the forum for this talking about this. This is the summit that will take place in Spain next year, and here we will be talking about the change of governments in international financial organizations with greater participation of developing countries. And this is what I was saying earlier, that let us not expect that this happened only tomorrow, because this is something that takes time, but at least it is also a matter of the conversations. It's considered in the Pact for the Future. Then we have to see the improvement in sovereign debt resolution mechanism. There's just a framework, a common framework for the G20. This has been moving slowly but surely. Then there's a risk reduction to improve debt sustainability analysis, contingent clauses for countries in the Caribbean. There has been some progress in this respect that basically say that if you have if there is a natural occurrence, all these contingency clauses allows you to just take some time before paying this. Then there's an improvement of the lending capacity of development banks, how to improve the capitalization of banks, have to be more efficient and more flexible. Then reforms in credit rating matters, or a conversation about rating agencies and what this means, and how this could influence with changes or methodologies to all those countries that have huge debts. And finally, the recycling of special drawing rights. And also, there are topics related to top capabilities, to improve the governance of fiscal sustainability frameworks, to strengthen coordination and coherence mechanism between fiscal, monetary, exchange rate, and prudential policies, strengthening the process for the preparation of the annual national budget, procurement, public investment, etc. To conclude, the message is that we need to undertake deep transformations to overcome the development crisis. We have 11 indispensable transformation. We need to rethink and reimagine the ways of managing development to transform it more effectively. We have proposed, as I said, 11 big transformations, and we are asking the question how to manage this transformation. We're talking about governance, top capabilities, social dialogue spaces, a political economy of transformation. And this reflection, I believe that I did include some of this in my opening remarks. The development is a complex and long-term process that no country can do it all by itself. Otherwise, it can go in the opposite direction. The level of the development depends on the decisions making and on the efforts deployed. But this is also a message, not because I'm pessimistic, but on the contrary, we have to say, yes, we can do it. But the thing is to know what needs to be done. Development cannot just occur automatically. And I believe that in CEPAL we are convinced that of the role of the state, how to set out directions, and this is absolutely key. Of course, there's a very important role for the market, but all by itself won't lead us necessarily to the objectives, even less considering the needs in the world. The collective capacity of defining routes. And as I said, dystopic scenarios, there are many others, stagnation, fear, conflictivity, and all of this is happening to us. But the topic is how to install policies to just give hope back to people, putting all of these things into practice. From ECLAC, we are supporting the vital transformation. The message is that if we want to close gaps and avoid more lost decades, it is time to think now. Now is the time to work. And of course, we are at the disposal of the countries of the region to accompany them in this mission. We are here to provide you with technical assistance or organize new meetings, as ECLAC has always done. And we want to continue being a strategic partner of all the member countries. Thank you very much. All right, we would like to thank the Executive Secretary, Mr. Sininax, for this great presentation about this important document that also places in the center of our debate this topic that we have been discussing from the very beginning of our session, which are the indispensable transformations that we need to implement in order to move forward towards development after a decade or a little bit more of development that was quite auspicious, but then it was stopped or stagnated because of a number of reasons. Well, I'm not only thinking about COVID-19, but also structural reasons. And this is why this document, in my judgment, talks about those structural issues that need to be addressed to restart the path towards development. Since this, in this edition, we have invited distinguished people from the region to comment on this document. We have the presence and participation of Mr. Piero Oghesi, a former president of the production of Peru, Mr. John Bertola, teacher of the program of social history and economic history of the University of the Republic, UDELAR in Uruguay, then Mr. Eric Parrado, head and general manager of the Department of Research of the Inter-American Development Bank, IDB, and will connect virtually Mrs. Rebecca Greenstad, Secretary General of the UNTACT, for her comments. If you allow me, we will start this round of comments with the participation, the virtual participation of Mrs. Greenspan. So, Mrs. Greenspan, you are acknowledged.
We can hear you. No, we can't hear you. No podemos escucharla.
We cannot hear you, Rebecca.
I think you're on mute. Creo que estás en apagado. Micrófono apagado. A ver si nos pueden ayudar los técnicos.
Our experts, can you help us, please? Our IT experts?
No estamos recibiendo señal de video.
There it is. Now we can hear you. Yes. Very well then. I was my own technician. Can you hear me? Go ahead. Go ahead. Yes, thank you. Thank you very much. Well, here in Geneva, it's 11:30 at night. But good day in Peru. Good morning. I'm very happy to be here with you. I would like to congratulate ECLAC and its Secretary General, my dear friend José Manuel Salazar Seguinat, for this excellent document, which is so deep and incisive, so worthy of the 40th session of ECLAC, and reflects all the knowledge of ECLAC. Allow me to quickly refer to how the diagnostic and the proposals made by ECLAC fit in the international scenario. In addition to thanking you because they are part of the document that quotes the conference that I gave precisely in ECLAC. So first of all, allow me to say that the world is going through a low growth scenario and of high debts in developing countries. Although we celebrate the fact that we probably have a soft landing, as we call it, of the global economy, when we review those figures, we realize that we have landed on a landing strip that is the wrong one, because we have low growth, high debt, very weak international investment, and besides, a possibility of a fracture in international trade. As mentioned by the Secretary General of the Executive Secretary of ECLAC, international trade that was the engine of global development during the hyper-globalization period now is about to affect international growth. In other words, the growth of the GDP right now is greater than that of trade. And when we review trade, trade of goods is stagnated. And what is growing and is recovering a little is the trade of services, especially digital services. So that is quite in line with what ECLAC was saying. So in this world, the question is, what will developing countries do if what we have is a very low rate of investment and trade, which are two fundamental elements of growth and the opportunities of growth for developing countries? And the truth is that international investment never recovers after the financial crisis. And that's why it's so important the document, and the United Nations has intervened now that we come from the General Assembly in the Pact for the Future. The part on the international financial reform is so important to correct many of the issues that we are seeing in this period of low growth and high debt all over the world, and which also affects Latin America. And what are the main elements of that reform and that agenda? To reform the international financial architecture? Well, on the one hand, we have to create awareness that many of the countries today are in this situation of high debt precisely because of the systemic shocks that we have been subject to. For instance, the COVID pandemic, but after that, the increase in the rates of interest at the international level because of a problem of inflation, especially in developed countries, that an issue that was imported to developing countries. And now also the issue of more protectionism, more problems for trade, and lack of adaptation of international standards to the new international reality, which is a reality that we call polyglobalization. It's a multipolar world in which the economic counterpart is a polyglobalization with different cores and peripheries, and we want to go back to the previous language. That has a great possibility in economic decentralization. It has that promise, but if we follow the path of the last few years in which geopolitics and protectionism have been the ruling factors, we can move to a world of fragmentation instead of a world with more inclusive globalization that allows for more decentralization, more participation of developing countries in international trades with higher value and in the value chains, and thus generating a period of more opportunities, especially in a period of time in which technological change and the green transition offer great opportunities for the future, as already mentioned. So I would like to put in the center of the discussion the fact that in a period of systemic shocks, we need an international system that will provide a protection network to the countries at the international level, especially in the International Monetary Fund, so that the development banks, and here we have Eric Parrado, and the IDB has been a leading voice in the system of development banks in order to try to have long-term financing as reasonable rates of interest so that developing countries may have access to appropriate financing for their needs at this moment. Also in the Pact for the Future, there is a very important paragraph that makes an appeal to the International Monetary Fund so that it may start a process of a revision of the architecture of a debt architecture, together with the United Nations and the World Bank. We have to be aware that the world, despite the developments and the push of the G20 for the common framework, very few countries have been able to have access to this restructuring mechanism. It's a slow mechanism. It's a weak mechanism in which the countries go through many difficulties in order to achieve restructuring. And right now there is no mechanism for restructuring the debt with rules of the game in which all the important stakeholders participate when the countries face a problem of debt, nor do we have a system that prevents that possibility of a default and the need for debt restructuring in developing countries. In the last few years, because of the pandemic, the special drawing rights have been used, and we believe that the decision for development banks to use the special drawing rights is a very important decision, but it has not been implemented. And therefore, we believe that that's an instrument that could be used more deeply, more extensively, to close the gap of financing that developing countries face. Allow me to finish with a couple of observations. One is the fact that the issue of governance proposed by José Manuel, the good institutionality is not only applicable at the national level, but also at the international level. I believe that at the international level, we also have to make an appeal to rethink, to reform, and to relive multilateralism. The 3 R's: rethink, reform, and relive the commitment with multilateralism in a multipolar world. And let me say here that multipolarity is a fact, is not an option, it's a fact of our reality. What is an option is multilateralism, and that's the appeal that we make in the Pact for the Future, and that the United Nations makes, and we need the voice of Latin America and the Caribbean for that. It's a very important voice, where the capacity of the region to have a stronger voice within the concert of the nations becomes a possibility not only for Latin America and the Caribbean, but for a world that can take advantage of the opportunities that we have in front of us. Thank you very much. We wish to thank Mrs. Rebecca Greenspan, Secretary General of UNCTAD, for connecting remotely and for her comments. Now I invite Piero Ghezzi, international expert on economic development and informality, former Minister of Production of Peru, for his comments. Go ahead, please. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I wish to thank ECLAC and José Manuel for the important intellectual and conceptual leadership that ECLAC is having nowadays. I want to mention 4 or 5 points regarding the document and the presentation by José Manuel. The first one is that it's important to think about the problems in terms of traps, not gaps, but traps in terms of vicious circles that reinforce themselves, the bad equilibrium, and that are opposed to the modernizing of virtuous circles. And that has been the characteristic of growth episodes that we've had in Latin America, including Peru, where some good events result in growth, but since the modernizing virtuous circles are not generated, we are trapped in the past. The second issue I wanted to mention is the importance of this comprehensive proposal with several aspects, where we go beyond simplistic ideas, a type of Washington consensus, too much trust on the market, the fact that we only have horizontal policies in the countries, a laundry list of characteristics that implies being similar to Sweden. Here we need to understand the what and how, as José Manuel says. We shouldn't exaggerate the trust on the government. In the end, we have to supplement the capacity of generating norms of the budget of the state with the innovative capacity, entrepreneurship, and the incentives to be provided by the private sector. That's the only way we countries have to move forward, especially in Latin America. The emphasis on the how is fundamental, and here I wanted to mention a few things and some additional ideas. Clearly, we are full of diagnostics, and we have to see how to close these gaps and get away from these traps. The trap of growth, probably the most important one. The proposal is to a structural change, a diversification, and productive sophistication. And for that, ECLAC proposes in Latin America what we call productive transformation, but because of the industrial policy, a name that is not well seen, the opportunities for development have extended beyond the manufacturing industry and involves different sectors with the possibility of generating capabilities that in the past were exclusive to manufacturing. And it's important to place emphasis on what Jose Manuel says, the difference between the industrial policy being applied by the industrial world, which is an industrial policy that is more simplistic, where they put a lot of money to achieve objectives, versus the productive development modern policy that needs to be applied in Latin America, which in face of financial restrictions and in face of the reality that the industrial policy involves private-public cooperation, as being promoted by ECLAC together with the IDB, and it involves a process of collaboration between the public, the private sectors, different sizes, different levels of government, ministries, entities, national, local, regional government. I think it's a way of building, not only discussing, but building and breaking that mentality of silos and that reality of mutual trust between the public and the private sectors throughout Latin America. The private sector believes that the public sector is full of bureaucrats, and the public sector believes that the private sector is just a group of lobbyists that responds to its own interest and are not thinking about the country. So it's a work of collaboration between the public and private sector, not only as a process that helps with the development of policies, but will contribute to the building of institutionality, because as we have more trust, we can move forward more quickly. And now I had some ideas. I don't know if it's easy criticism, but it's just a few comments. After reading the 300 pages of the document, you see how big that task is. How do we start to work if everything is wrong? And just like we say that in Latin America, in order to do productive policy, we need to prioritize sectors, because somehow there are limited fiscal capabilities and limited bad. So we have to define what are the 3 or 4 more important things, because otherwise, at least for me, the size of the task paralyzes me. I think we should make an additional effort to see where to put more emphasis in countries that, well, we are not all Uruguay. We are more lagging behind. And also the how of the how. We know what are the problems, what are the traps. We know how to try to face them, but how do we keep them over time? Because there is tragic symmetry in public policies. To build takes longer than to destroy. A public policy, in order to be effective, has to be implemented over the years, but at the same time, that takes weeks or months prior to that. And the idea that we have to build stakeholders to defend them helps their maintenance, but do not guarantee sustainability. In the document, they say guarantee. I think they don't guarantee the political economy. In the end, will help to improve the chances for survival. So in Peru, we have 2 clear cases. The educational policy, in the period of Jaime Saavedra, had many stakeholders, many successes, many defenders, but little by little, the economic interests of some actors dismantled the policy, and there is almost nothing left. And it was very clear of how something can be dismantled, which in theory had achieved some consensus. We did this work of a productive development policy with executive tables in the Ministry of Production that lasted 9 ministers, but one minister came and decided to dismantle them. So a work of a long time can go back many years, and despite the stakeholders, despite the entrepreneurial groups, things are discontinued. So how to achieve that how of the how, that's fundamental. And something else I wanted to mention, the top capabilities. The top capabilities, the operational techniques, the prospective policies, and so on. How to build capabilities, because one thing is to say it's important to have technical bureaucracies with top capabilities in a series of dimensions and so on, but how do we build those capabilities? Sometimes the economists say we have to strengthen institutionality, but how to strengthen institutionality? And here I wanted to give you an interesting example of Peru regarding the monetary policy. Peru is a country that has had the longest period of inflation of 1 digit in Latin America this year, thanks to an excellent fiscal policy of the central bank. The central bank 35 years ago was a disaster. We had hyperinflation, zero respect, monetary emission, and little by little, we developed a central bank that learned how to do things and developed its capabilities, bringing new talent, and that generated better policies, and a virtuous circle was developed. And it ended up being absolutely favorable for many people to work in the central bank. And that process of how to achieve those virtuous circles are fundamental. And to finish, an example, the example of the tables, we involved these territorial regional actors that ended up being people with whom we worked, and the national government went to the territories and worked together with them. And instead of giving them a talk, they started to work and co-create with them. And that generated capabilities and changes that lasted over time. And in addition, this issue of continuous collaboration started to reduce mistrust and started to improve the operation of the state. Because something that maybe is not so emphasized in the document is that when you do productive development policies, not only do you develop the policies, but you learn how to develop them. You not only solve problems, but you learn how to solve the problems, and you break the inertia of the states, and you no longer have silos amongst the ministries. And you start to work all together in that operation. And in addition, with the knowledge of the private sector, allows you to develop capabilities. So it's not only solving problems, but also learning how to solve them. That's all. Thank you very much. Excellent document in general. We wish to thank Piero Getzi for his comments. And now I invite Luis Bertola, professor of the history of the University of the Republic Udilar of Uruguay, to take the floor. Good afternoon. First of all, thank you very much for this invitation to share some ideas on this valuable document, and in front of such a qualified audience as the one we have here. First of all, I would like to highlight the importance of this document and of the ECLAC tradition. I think that this document makes honor to that tradition, as already mentioned, and I think that within the Latin American context, which so much volatility, not only in economic but also in political terms, to have ECLAC as a center of thoughts with consistency and is an enormous resource that we have. And it reminded me of what Greenspan said, the process that Prebisch developed and how important it is for ECLAC to play a role not only in Latin America, but also a global role, as already mentioned. So I feel quite reflected in the way of thinking of ECLAC. I think it's fundamental to develop these approaches with innovation. Given the short time we have, I will also comment on 3 or 4 issues. One we discussed with Salazar a couple of weeks ago. I think it's not fair to compare our lost decades with the lost decade of the 80s. I think that in per capita terms, the difference is important. I think that we had a very particular situation that affects the averages of the growth decades, the COVID crisis. The international context is not the same. We are going through a very particular period of time that is only similar to the period between wars when the global GDP grew more. And I say this because I think that comparing this decade with the 80s leaves aside many learnings, accumulation of knowledge in terms of management of policy. So the diagnostic is right. We are in a very complicated decade, very low growth, and we are in a future environment which will be very difficult, in which we cannot see any super boom of commodities or anything like that. It seems to me that the best way of characterizing this situation is the cycles. We've gone through an expansive cycle of the 90s to the end of the cycle of the century, and this is more valid for the southern countries in Latin America, more than for the northern countries, but the cycle is quite marked. And another cycle that ended in the 14, 15, and together with the erosion of that super boom cycle of booms, we are seeing the stagnation of some economic improvements. The second issue I would like to highlight, precisely in relation to this tradition of ECLAC, that is insisting on the 3 gaps, the growth gap, the social gap, and the environmental gap, and this important deficit in terms of institutional capabilities, is the importance of the policies. I think that nobody can discuss, except the negationists, that the market has not been able to solve the environmental problems. Rather, they have been aggravated. And based on that, we all think that we need selective policies. We need to select winning sectors that need to be developed. That same logic could be applied to productive development policies in general. The market has not solved the problems of Latin America in terms of reducing the technological gap, promoting productive diversification, promoting development with social inclusion. So what I would like to say is that the importance of the policies should be applied to all the areas, especially to the area of productive development policies. And here we have this discussion, and Piero Gessi was mentioning it, whether we should call them productive development policies or industrial development policies. I understand and I share this concern, and I fully share the diagnostic that the productive development policies have a sectoral field that is very broad, that these policies have to be sectoral in nature, they have to be horizontal. I would say that they need to be systemic policies in the sense of taking into account the territorial aspects. But in order to provoke the discussion, if developed countries put a lot of money in industry, it's not only because they have a lot of money, but because they think it's important to put money in the industry, because the manufacturing industry in general, it continues to be a key center for technological dynamics. So I don't want to criticize this idea of the broadness of the sectors, but I think that we should not fall in the negation of the importance of the industrial sector and industrial policies just to give concessions to a bad fame of industrial policies in Latin America. Which, by the way, the figures say that when we did industrial policy in terms of economic growth, we didn't do that bad. And besides, I think that we have to recognize that there is an important mismatch, and an academic is saying this, between the academic production and the political practices. A recent study conducted by Wilson Perez and Joao Ferrar on the productive development policies and the industrial development policies worldwide compared to academic production. They say the academics say that we need to regulate. The policies say that we have to subsidize and that we need development policy and protectionism, and they even use a word that is a bad word for us, which is the substitution of imports, which is what many countries, developed countries, are doing now. So I think that we should not move away from the use of those terms. It will be more important in our big countries and middle-sized countries, but even in small countries, it will be important because Uruguay, large part of its primary production is exported, subject to an industrial transformation process. We are talking about agribusiness, agri-industry. And one last point. No, two more points. I think it's the big innovation of the document is to think of the how. Because many times what we've seen is that the technocrats, the academics say, the problem is that they don't pay attention to us. We have good diagnostics, and the problem is that they don't listen to us. And we do have diagnostics, but we don't know the how. And it seems to me that this document has opened a very important road. Piero thought that there were very few guidelines, but I think it's a very good contribution for several reasons. Because I believe that the designs that can be developed will only work if we make them interact with the entrepreneurs, with the workers, with the civil society. You can have an idea of what can be achieved, but what is possible depends on the actors and depends on the future imagined by those actors. We have all learned from the work of Javier on an evolutionist perspective in which the future is not written. There are no predetermined trends. The trends have to be built. And I think that is very important so as not to separate the policies from the different actors so that they can be achievable. And also for a bigger goal, which is the way of doing it by strengthening democracy. If it's a byproduct of conceiving and developing policies, it's the strengthening of democracy through the construction of policies and the execution of policies.
Finally, I cannot refrain myself from saying something which might not sound well, and I have to take this time to have all the people here before me. And I think that there's something which in the document, and this has been mentioned before, but it is not well developed, and that is regional integration. I think that regional integration in Latin America and the Caribbean is something that challenges us all, challenges our political elites, challenges our civil society, and also challenges our academic sectors. Because we can soundly say that from this perspective, Latin America is a big failure if we compare the Latin American experience, which started in its modern version in discussing the regional version. At the same time, Europe was doing it, and we take a look at Europe and us, it's something to be ashamed of. Of course, this does not happen because of poor will, but it happens because of a trend of economic aspects. And we shouldn't precise that there need to be a lot of debts to understand integration, but regional integration goes hand in hand with the transformation of the productive structure. If we do not transform the productive structures, there's no regional integration, and we don't have regional integration, we won't ever have productive transformation. And I think that under this global situation of having this world economy that I think in 10, 15 years won't show productive dynamism, I think that this not only is a structural long-term need, but the juncture itself pushes us towards taking this opportunity for the integration of the region. Please don't think that I'm referring to an introvert integration. Faithful to the tradition, I think that this is a regional integration to get better integrated into the world. Well, this is what I have to share with you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Professor Luis Vertora, for being here with us and sharing your comments to the document. To close this round of comments, I would like to invite Eric Parrado, Chief Economist and General Manager of the Department of Research of the Inter-American Development Bank. Thank you very much, and good afternoon to you all. I know it's been a long session. I will try to say things that I've always wanted to say, as it's the tradition of the IDB. It's an honor and a privilege for me to be here. I would like to express my thanks for the invitation to this important ECLAC event. And first, I would like to take this opportunity to greet the authorities which are joining us today, and some colleagues and also friends, long-standing friends, and we've even faced some battles together, and we've been on the same side. And I thank you all for being here with us. I have to say that this is a very thorough report. It's well thought, and it's very pragmatic in view of the development challenges that the region has. So I would like to salute ECLAC. I would like to salute José Manuel for the very thorough presentation. And what I would like to try to do here is to include some nuances that we can think jointly for the development of our countries. Before mentioning all of these points, I would like to tell you a story. And this is the story of Saint Augustine. Saint Augustine, before becoming a saint, he wanted to live life well. He committed all the sins he wanted. He had a very hedonistic life, and he knew he needed to change, and he needed to surrender to God. And he kneeled, he prayed, and he said, "Please, God, help me be contained, but not now, not yet." And that is, I think, the story of our countries. This is the story of procrastination. This is always putting off the problems for a later time. But we know what we need to do. The diagnoses are very clear. And I know, and I think that this is time to think in the long term and implement those changes. And this is what the report does. It's about having an action line regarding what we need to do. When we talk about traps or problems, I always try to pack them into more positive terms, if you will. Maybe it's a euphemism, but I prefer to talk about challenges. When a problem comes to the office, I always refer to it as a challenge, not a problem. And I think it's easier to face it if it's a challenge. What are the challenges that I would like to highlight in this conversation? Well, first, the challenge that has already been mentioned by my panel fellows, and this is regarding the challenges in the implementation, political economy, and trust. And I would say that to try to save the economy, we need to think about how to save democracy. And I think that this is a very important point to defend. In pre-syndicate, I was trying to explain how to look for solutions to the polarization, the lack of consensus, and the short-term look of our political cycles, which are not more than 4 or 5 years. We can sometimes not agree on some reforms, as important as fiscal reforms, health reforms, education reforms, and those related to infrastructure. Or, on the other hand, we can have reforms every 18 months, as it is a situation in some countries. Hence, one of the thoughts as part of these new ideas that we are discussing in this session is to try to think about long-term institutions which won't depend so much on the political cycles. You might say this is a very naive way of thinking, or maybe there are no similar cases, but there are. One of these cases, and Piero mentioned, is the central banks. Central banks today have a more long-term view than the short-term visions of the administrations, and the fiscal rules have a lot to do here, and they've been implemented in many countries of the world. One might think of a new institutionality thinking about the medium to long term, that we will be able to plan ahead in terms of the investments that we need to make on infrastructure, investments on education, and also investments needed in the health arena. One new way of thinking ahead is to try to build a new institutionality. The second point has to do with the fiscal challenges and the priorities. The report revises and discusses these issues, but it is important to mention that the governments today do not have ammunition. They don't have fiscal space because of the effort they've put throughout the COVID-19 pandemic and the adequate reaction in view of the external shock. They needed to increase their fiscal spending, the debt, but unfortunately today we are under a consolidation process that will last for some while, and there's not enough ammunition if we don't introduce the corresponding reforms. That means to increase fiscal earnings or income, as José Manuel mentioned before, decreasing the inefficiency of the public spending. On our estimates is 4.4% of the GDP in Latin America and the Caribbean. We are not being efficient, and this is just the average. And strengthening our fiscal institutions is of the essence. This has to do with the council, with the rules, and so on and so forth, and we need to put a big effort in terms of this reform. Apart from this also means that the role of the private sector is more important than ever, and the role of the foreign direct investment, how to attract foreign direct investment into our countries, how to contribute more investments. And we've dealt with it before, and we saw this with the nearshoring effect and friendshoring in attracting investments. We've had record numbers. In 2023, we had a record on foreign direct investment, but very much focused on the two countries, Mexico and Brazil. This is still a challenge for the other countries because one way or another, the smaller countries help us in having more active trade, but we have to put more efforts in order to attract the private sector towards a more dynamic goal and the external sector for investments regarding foreign direct investments. This is very much related to what Luis mentioned a while ago regarding intra-regional trade. If you take, for instance, trade in the region, it's 15%. The inter-country trade. If you compare this with Europe, Europe is about around 70%. Emerging Asia, 50%. So there's a good chance, a good opportunity here to keep with this inter-regional integration. Then we have the role of technology. The report tackles this, but we have to be more insisting in the revolution that we are witnessing now in those aspects regarding artificial intelligence. Very recently, we had some paper, and you can find it on the IDB website, that talks about the impact of artificial intelligence. We want to have an index that measures the exposure of each occupation to artificial intelligence. Each occupation is made by tasks. Each of you in your occupation or profession know how to follow certain tasks. And we'll check each one of them to see what's the level of exposure of the possibility of having it be replaced by AI. And we had very interesting indicators saying that the exposure in 1 year's time will be 28%. In 5 years' time, it will be 38%. And in 10 years, it will be 44%. What does this mean in terms of employment? Latin America has exposed 84 million jobs because of AI, and this will happen in 1 year's time. It doesn't mean that they will be replaced necessarily, but it means that there is a very high exposure to AI. If you take the whole world, it's 980 million jobs which are vulnerable to AI, and this is such an important topic that it needs to be reflected upon. The most evident reflection has to do with education, and the second one has to do with the labor markets. The governments are thinking about it. But this is a question. Do we really have this strategy to train or retrain people? And this is like for a call for action for the region to start thinking about these issues. In the conclusions that we found, this technological impact has a very strong impact on the distribution of income. It affects the lower income sectors, and it has a strong impact on women. And this is in the U.S. and Mexico, but it could be very well extrapolated to the other countries. This technological change goes against the traps and the challenges that ECLAC is presenting. And therefore, I think that we have to consider this very much because of what José Manuel mentioned, the productivity, the contribution of productivity to the economic growth in Latin America and the Caribbean. Do you know how much it is? It's zero. We grow because of the capital, we grow because of employment, but we are not growing because of our own productivity. And this is a productivity source if we use it wisely and if we take advantage of it. We don't want to have stalled assets in the language that we use for climate change if we don't do our homework. Otherwise, we will have stalled workers, and this will be a problem for all the countries of the region. And I don't want to take more time, but the last point I wanted to discuss, because of the role that ECLAC has played in the past years, has to do with the gender gap. I had the chance to work for a long time with ECLAC to push towards an agenda, having good diagnosis, having good data broken down by gender, and to deliver all the material necessary to issue recommendations. And I think that we need to encourage this effort. Sometimes we raise awareness, but we are not working at the deeper levels. My business is trying to think
on research terms, and we started with ECLAC to try to identify data broken down by sex and having good diagnosis. And we had some research work to determine whether there was discrimination in the credit banking market in Chile. And guess what? There is discrimination. And the gap in terms of funding, something which is not handed in credits in Chile, it's $12 billion. And of course, this might be extrapolated to any other country, and it's a call for attention because this gap happens with a group of women which are equal to men having credit. And this is something that we did with actors and actresses which asked for credit in the banking system. This is just a message that I'm sending out, not to forget about this effort to close these gaps. And last, our multilateral institutions are more important than ever to generate trust, to unite ideas, and to generate consensus that will try to push for the economic development of our country. Thank you very much.
Bueno, muchísimas
Well, thank you very much. I would like to thank the Ambassador Maurigenia Echeverria, who was kind enough to be here while I was dealing with other matters that, of course, are related to my position as Minister of Foreign Affairs. I apologize for not being here in person, but I'm sure that the whole audience has benefited from this very important and valuable comments. We will then close this session of this meeting, and we will now immediately move to the next one, the next session. There's coffee and fruit juice outside. I would like to jump straight to the next segment now. The truth is that we are running a little bit behind schedule. I don't want to spend midnight here. We need to go out and have dinner at a nice restaurant. Having said this, we will start now with a dialogue of ministers of foreign affairs and high-level authorities. We have 1, 2, 3, 18 wonderful presentations. I guess that we will have 5-minute presentations by these speakers, but we will pay attention to all of them if it were necessary, and I hope not, but if it were necessary because of the time, you know that time is of the essence, we would like to propose maybe at one point in time during the development of this session to stop where we are at and maybe continue tomorrow morning. I hope this won't be the case, but I'm warning you because we need to be prepared if we need to proceed in this way, if our distinguished speakers do not oppose to that. Having said this now, I will allow myself, just for time reasons, I will open the dialogue of ministers of foreign affairs and high-level authorities, and then I will give the floor to the speakers, and they will each take the mic. So let's move forward with this 40th session of the ECLAC. Ladies and gentlemen, let's see now how we will go about in this session. We will follow up the results of the Summit of the Future and the challenges for the Second World Summit on Social Development and the fourth International Conference on Financing for Development, which has been organized. We will hear the ministers of foreign affairs of the region and their representatives who will think and reflect on the current regional context to follow on the recent Summit of the Future in New York and these multiple and complex challenges that we face. Some days ago, we met at the United Nations, and the General Assembly of this organization adopted by consensus the 79-1 resolution, which is the Pact for the Future. This is a document which indicates that the heads of state and government, on behalf of the peoples of the world, have met on the headquarters of the United Nations to protect the needs and the interests of the current and future generations by way of actions which are included in this Pact for the Future. At the 75th birthday of the United Nations and in the midst of the COVID-19 pandemic, this process was seen as an opportunity to resume the path and to abide by the promises which have been made to revitalize the structures and the trust which are necessary for a more efficient work. So the process that led us to the Digital World Pact and the Declaration on the Future Generations, we see this included in the 56 points which have been agreed upon in this document. The Executive Secretary of ECLAC expressed in the summit that the issues on peacemaking and security, science, technology, innovation, and digital cooperation, youth and intergenerational solidarity, and gender equality are issues which are fundamental for the world and also for Latin America and the Caribbean particularly. Peru considers that the Pact of the Future is a platform that will allow us, in what's a priority for us, to work together with other countries to face the shared challenges, like the fight against poverty, the protection of the environment, and building a world economic order and an international financial architecture which will be fairer and more equitable for the benefit of developing countries, including the middle-income countries. So I would like to highlight the historical stance of Peru in favor of multilateralism and the strengthening of an international system based on cooperation, dialogue, and respect of international law with clear and stable rules. Within this framework, my country has participated and will participate very actively in the negotiation processes of the big global conferences of the United Nations in such a way that they will reflect the priorities and needs of our region and the developing countries, allowing to reach a new global, more inclusive and equitable governance. According to what's been proposed by the Secretariat, we would like to extend an invitation to the delegations to discuss the implementation of the commitments of the Summit of the Future in Latin America and the Caribbean on the perspectives of the region in view of the 4th International Conference on Financing for Development, which will be carried out in Spain in July of next year, 2025, as well as the 2nd World Summit on Social Development, which will be happening in Qatar in November of 2025. Vis-à-vis the proposals presented by the Secretariat of ECLAC in its position document. We expect that these interventions won't exceed 5 minutes by country, since we have a lot of representation of high authorities in the region. This is why we'll ask the speakers to adjust their presentations to the allotted time. As it's been announced by the delegations, first of all, the Ministries of Foreign Affairs of Latin America and the Caribbean will take the floor first, and they will be following alphabetical order in Spanish, and then the Vice Minister or high authorities will take the floor afterwards in the same order. With the aid of the Secretary Luis Yañez, we will be announcing the list of speakers. Well, thank you very much.
Gracias, presidente.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. So we will have Antigua and Barbuda first, Chile, Bolivia, the Dominican Republic, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, St. Lucia, and Suriname in case of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Now, regarding the ministries and vice ministers of foreign affairs, the order is Colombia, Spain, and Cuba. And then we will have delegations at the ambassador's level, meaning Brazil, Canada, Guatemala, Paraguay, and the representative of the state associated to ECLAC of the British Virgin Islands. And if there's enough space, if possible, we will open some list for other speakers of the UN system or the civil society.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. Having said this, I would like to give the floor to the Minister of Foreign Affairs, Agriculture, Trade, and Other Affairs of Barbuda and Immigration of Antigua and Barbuda, Mr. Paul Shet Green. Mr. Green, the floor is yours.
Let me first greet my colleagues here assembled, and at the same time, extend my greatest appreciation to the government of this beautiful country for hosting this very important meeting. Chair and colleagues, I believe that any attempt even to provide a review on the outcomes of the Summit of the Future should first take into consideration the realities of Caribbean and Latin American existence. Those realities include environmental, economic, health, and social emergencies. Those, in my opinion, represent our greatest existential threats or challenges. Any interventions we make with respect to the Summit of the Future should look at interventions to impact now and the future. It will also include an admission that very little has been accomplished to date with the realization of the SDGs. What we see is great technological advances, which will very soon, unless checked, leave us without a home, as our shared planet Earth is now under threat. We advocate that the time is now for a reset, for an ethical reset, where it cannot be simply unending economic profits and infinite demands on a finite planet. We are concerned about escalating climate impacts, hurricanes, floods, droughts, environmental destruction, and we advocate very strongly that loss and damage should not just be a discussion point, but an action point. We're concerned about economic greed and the wars and threats of wars that are currently enveloping our world. We do, like the rest of us here, agree to the concept that the polluters must pay. This concept is intended to control, but has failed so far to yield any results, as the very polluters are now paying themselves carbon credits. How can we fix this problem is the question we ask ourselves coming out of the Summit of the Future. From our neck of the woods, as SIDS, we ask for an immediate and total adoption of the SIDS agenda, the ABAS, which was crafted in Antigua in May of this year. The ABAS, as we know, includes a Center of Excellence, a very important ingredient to development for SIDS countries, and the inclusion of a data hub, since there's been established that there are significant gaps in data collection, usage, and storage among SIDS. Chair, if this planet, our shared home, is not healthy, there can be no viable future for humanity. So our first and most informed outcome or review of the Summit of the Future is for there to be a healthy Earth, healthy planet Earth, which will create a viable future for all of humanity. That requires, of course, ending fossil fuel proliferation, establishing innovative financial instruments, ensuring equity and fairness, provide a climate and financial justice, which would include adoption of the MVI. We argue and advocate that it's time for regenerative action to ensure a viable planet with guaranteed resilience and prosperity for all. We believe that the United Nations and developed countries can assist Caribbean and Latin American countries with increased financial support and debt relief, capacity building and technical assistance, special multilateral mechanisms and advocacy, partnerships for sustainable development goals, support for climate resilience and disaster risk reduction, promotion of sustainable blue economy initiatives, and advocacy for fair trade and economic diversification. Chair, those 7 short heads could be elaborated upon, but I take note of your instructions that brevity should guide my intervention here today. And so with that, I say thank you and hope that somewhere in this course, somewhere in the wash, somewhere in the mix, that Antigua and Barbada's contribution to this meeting will be factored into the development trajectory and projects undertaken by our esteemed organization and each of our member states. If it pleases you, I thank you.
I thank Mr. Minister Green for your kind remarks and important words put forward to this assembly.
And now I wish to give the floor to the Minister of Foreign Affairs of the plurinational state of Bolivia, Ms. Elinda Sosa Lunda. Madam Minister, you have the floor.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. I would like to thank the Executive Secretary of ECLAC, Mr. Manuel Salazar, as well as the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Peru for leading this very important event. I bid greetings to my fellow Ministers of Foreign Affairs. I would like to greet the Deputy Ministers, the ambassadors, heads of delegations attending this very important meeting. I bring warm greetings on behalf of the President of my country, Luis Arce Catacora, as well as the peoples of Bolivia. Today, we are here gathered to share our views on the challenges we face in the near future. This is affected by the multidimensional crisis of the capitalist system, as reflected in the increase of poverty, inequality, insecurity, food insecurity, climate crisis, and geopolitical tensions and armed conflicts that we see happening around the world. They have a significant impact in our region. It is very timely for us to talk about these topics within the meeting of ECLAC. It is worth highlighting that ECLAC has redoubled its effort in accompanying our countries to build development models that will offer productive and sustainable futures. This places us in the same path and we share our concerns in view of having a better future. Based on an ECLAC report of 2023, the countries of Latin America and the Caribbean would have had to invest 7 to 8 times more than planned in order to fight against climate change, as was said. And our region is only responsible for 10% of world greenhouse gas emissions. Yet we are extremely vulnerable to global warming. ECLAC has studied the driving causes, the geographic areas in which we live, and we see that we are experiencing natural phenomena that are ever intense as a result of the climate crisis. On the other hand, our countries have fewer resources to adapt to the new climate conditions. These challenges are common for the region. Therefore, we need to find collective solutions urgently. We are the Global South. Historically, we have been set aside in any decision that have been made, and we have been exploited by the world powers. However, we are sure that through a sovereign integration, we can change this situation. In other words, we need to bring development for the well-being of our states. We have undertaken the Pact of the Future. It has a set of actions that will help us face in the coming years the different problems that humankind is facing. We now need to reflect on how we can take action from our region, from the Latin American countries and the Caribbean. The plurinational state of Bolivia would like to share some key aspects in order to follow up and implement such instruments. First of all, it is important to find a transformation of global governance. It should allow us to participate on equal footing in decision-making at multilateral fora. The sovereignty of every state should be duly respected. We need to find real and deep reforms of the financial international institutions as well as other multilateral organizations such as the Security Council. Secondly, our countries have been the most affected by the climate crisis. Although we have little impact on its creation, we need to think about the common responsibilities but differentiated responsibilities between developed and developing countries. We also need to implement commitments that can allow us to have a comprehensive management of the environment, establish regional cooperation mechanisms to attend the emergencies and environmental contingencies effectively, such as the wildfires that are affecting some countries in our region. Bolivia is one of those countries. We are joining efforts with the cooperation of our neighborly countries. Many of them are here in this assembly, and I would like to thank you on behalf of the peoples of Bolivia for the support we have received from all of you. Third, in a world where technology is advancing quite quickly, it is essential to make an effort to increase the level of technological development in the fields of education, health, and development. With this, our societies will have the capacity necessary to face the challenges of the future. Finally, we believe that the future, as we said, can only have a sound basis if we include the most vulnerable peoples of our community. Historically, these groups have been excluded, such as the indigenous peoples, the peasant communities, women, youth, and particularly elderly people. Bolivia believes that it is necessary to move towards processes that are even deeper. Therefore, we propose to promote a decolonization and depatriarchal system to avoid the events of the past. For our indigenous people, the future, the present, and the past are interrelated. Our future depends on our future and our past. Therefore, we have a big challenge ahead of us. The remarks, the interventions must be translated into concrete actions. The future is no longer ours. It belongs to Latin American and Caribbean youth. We need to give them a world of hope and give them the instruments necessary for them to implement the great America we dream of the great Caribbean countries we believe in. We believe this is possible. It is so because we have that hope, that sense of belonging, that strength, and we would like to instill this push among you so that we can move ahead quickly without leaving anyone behind. Thank you very much.
Agradezco.
I would like to thank the Minister of Foreign Affairs of the plurinational state of Bolivia. And now I would like to give the floor to the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Chile, Mr. Alberto Van Claven. Mr. Minister, the floor is yours. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. First of all, allow me to thank Peru for its hospitality and for acting as the host of this ECLAC meeting. Secondly, as the headquarters of ECLAC, we reinstate our commitment to this organization. Also, we would like to mention how much we value the contribution that ECLAC has made historically and they continue to do to build the Latin American thinking. I would also like to thank the Executive Secretary of ECLAC for his presentation. I'm thankful to Mr. Jose Manuel Salazar. It was a great presentation, and we believe it describes the situation of the role we play as a region in an international arena. The Summit of the Future that was held in the sidelines of the last General Assembly in New York gave us an opportunity to revitalize the multilateral system, a system that is facing important challenges and it is questioned, but is yet fundamental to address transboundary issues. The summit has been a key platform to move forward in implementing the 2030 Agenda, as well as the Sustainable Development Goals. Chile participated actively in the negotiation of the Pact of the Future, the Global Digital Impact, which shows how much importance we attach to these instruments and other topics such as human rights, gender equality, and the urgent need to reform the international financial architecture. The outcomes of those negotiations were less ambitious than we expected. We still recognize there's room to move forward and that this process is still under development. For us, it is actually a starting point. On the other hand, we believe it is important to move towards an effective reform of international organizations, including the UN Security Council, as well as the economic institutions that were established so long ago in Bretton Woods. On this regard, Chile has advocated on multiple occasions to make these organisms and organizations more democratic, so as to reflect the current reality and to face the challenges ahead of us. In the context of social and economic challenges, allow me to mention the following. We attach a lot of importance to the second summit on social development to be held in Qatar in 2025. This is something that we also mentioned in April at the ECLAC headquarters in the meeting, the high-level meeting we held back then, and that was organized by Chile as the chair of ECOSOC. The Social Summit is an opportunity to revisit the strategies on social development in light of the multiple crises that we face in the world, ranging from climate change, economic inequality, the impact of the COVID pandemic, and the increasing tensions at a geopolitical level. One of the key topics to be addressed in that summit is the need to further strengthen the social protection systems. In this sense, I'd like to mention the efforts my country is making to have a national system to provide support and care. The goal is to guarantee the right to care as a fundamental right of the social protection system. This is not only in response to what the society is claiming, but it is a key tool to reduce gender inequality and to redistribute the resources of care more fairly. We are also convinced that gender equality needs to continue being a cross-cutting topic in all our policies. Latin America has made a lot of progress on this regard, but there is yet much to be done. We need to ensure that every woman in every region and every community has access to opportunities for development in every sphere of life. This is of the utmost importance. I wish to highlight, too, that there's funding for development. We recognize that without adequate resources, many of the objectives that we have set ourselves cannot be reached. The fourth International Conference on Financing for Development, to be held in Spain next year, will be an opportunity to strengthen the international arena and to set the path to ensure we achieve the goals of the 2030 Agenda. Finally, I would like to insist and repeat that Chile is fully committed to multilateralism, regional cooperation, and the promotion of justice internationally. We are convinced that only if we work together can we face the global challenges effectively and in a fair manner. The Summit of the Future and the next international gatherings will be key opportunities to move towards these achievements. My country will continue to participate actively in view of contributing to having a more inclusive and sustainable world. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Agradezco la intervención.
I thank the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Chile, Mr. Alberto Van Claveren, and now I would like to give the floor to Eduardo Enrique Reina, the Secretary of International Affairs and International Cooperation of Honduras. Mr. Enrique, you have the floor. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. We wish, on behalf of President Xiomara Castro of Honduras and on my own behalf, to pay tribute for promoting this panel where we are talking about the follow-up on the Summit of the Future, and to compliment the Executive Secretary of ECLAC, Mr. José Manuel Salazar, on the presentation of the document regarding the traps to development, which was very interesting. I would also bid greetings to my colleagues, the Ministers of Foreign Affairs, the Deputy Ministers, and other delegates. And we would also like to join in thanking Peru for their traditional hospitality. The people from Honduras are strongly convinced that the world of today requires a renewed commitment to the principles of multilateralism, solidarity, justice, and equity. And while we have been convened to discuss about the Pact for the Future, we're here because from our perspective, the Pact represents a new opportunity to build a common path towards inclusive, resilient, and sustainable development. Honduras, like many other countries with small and vulnerable economies, does not see the Pact for the Future as a simple declaration of good intentions. We want to see it as a roadmap towards a world where all nations can prosper on equal, fair, and equitable terms and face the challenges such as immigration, growth together, and to reduce the technological gap, the inequality, among others. In Honduras, we're well aware of what being a risk and highly vulnerable is. Our economy, like that of many other developing countries, is highly dependent on primary sectors such as agriculture. This means being sensitive to climate fluctuations, but also on the external factors such as shocks, among others. Our limited resources and our efforts to move forward are also affected by external factors, such as extreme weather events, natural disasters, global economic crisis, wars, among others, such as the ones we're facing currently, hurricanes like the one that the U.S. is going to be hit by, that has already affected Mexico, the fires that many of our countries in the region have experienced, such as Bolivia, Chile, Brazil, tropical storms, prolonged droughts, and other types of weather events that the countries of the region, the Caribbean, face. We are committed to acting responsibly to find global solutions that are acceptable to all countries. At the core of the Pact for the Future is the recognition that climate change is the paramount challenge of our time. For Honduras, climate change is not an abstract threat in its daily reality that affects our economy, destroys our livelihoods, and exacerbates poverty. It is ironical that while our greenhouse gas emissions are truly insignificant compared to those of major emitters, we are forced to pay a highly disproportionate price for global warming. Financing for adaptation and mitigation should be acceptable so that countries like ours can implement contingency plans, climate action plans, and to preserve our systems. The Pact for the Future represents an unprecedented opportunity for the revitalization of the Sustainable Development Agenda. For Honduras, development cannot be achieved at the expense of the environment, leaving us the most vulnerable sectors of our population behind. We also need to work on equity. Therefore, the efforts of the President Castro's administration is focused on improving the living conditions of our people, reducing inequalities, ensuring that every Honduran woman and man can have access to fundamental rights, education, health, decent employment, and food security, access to basic services, which has a direct impact on other phenomena such as immigration. For Honduras, the Pact of the Future is also an opportunity to strengthen and make global infrastructure more democratic. We cannot have these organizations managed by just a bunch of countries. All states must come together, and we need to make sure that decision-making forums reflect the diversity and plurality of all states. We are prepared to participate actively and ready to take immediate action. Honduras seeks a future where sustainable development is a reality for all, where justice is the guiding principle for all, and where the vulnerable peoples are not set aside. Internally, the administration of President Castro faces important inequalities, such as fighting against corruption, dismantle a narco state that was present in Honduras. She is taking very important measures, and the respect of non-intervention in internal affairs should be upheld. We would like to cooperate, and we seek that to count with your support. We reiterate, and Honduras is committed to multilateralism, solidarity, peace, and ratifies its commitments to the principles of the Pact for the Future. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias a usted, señor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Secretary of Foreign Affairs. Now I give the floor to the Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Dominican Republic, Roberto Alvarez. Mr. Roberto, you have the floor. Thank you very much, Mr. Schaller, Secretary General Salazar. I would like to also echo the tribute that Minister Van Clever did at the beginning of his remarks. Dear colleagues, I would like to begin by stating a quote. At the summit, the governments agreed to eradicate poverty, promote employment that is productive and full, and to promote social integration. These are key objectives of development. Member states agreed to promote peace, security at an international level, to accelerate development in the least developed nations and mobilize resources to achieve social progress and the protection of the environment as interdependent elements and components of sustainable development. This is the end of the quote. These words seem to have been written this morning. However, they are part of the commitments that we agreed upon in Copenhagen in 1995, almost 30 years ago. This is something that we need to reflect upon. As a community of states, we have not done enough efforts to face the fundamental challenges that are still affecting us. Following the spirit of the Pact for the Future that was recently adopted by the UN, we need to transform the international architecture, as has been stated several times today. It needs to be ready for the challenges we are currently facing. The challenge of the future is today. I think there are 3 lines of actions that we can adopt. First, Latin America and the Caribbean should be always seen as a place of peace. In the geopolitical context of today, the first imperative we have is to reaffirm that Latin America and the Caribbean is a region with a long-lasting and dating tradition of peace. The second element of the Pact for the Future of the UN states that without peace we cannot solve any problem, particularly in a context where international conflicts are ever more severe. Peace is fundamental to achieve social and economic development. Strategic peace that we're talking about requires us to updating the means to uphold it. Our continent has experience on this field. A clear example is the Tlatelolco Agreement, which was a Mexican initiative. Through this pact, Latin America and the Caribbean prohibited nuclear weapons in this region. Today, a challenge would be to agree similar measures to face the current threats, such as the use of autonomous weapons that pose ethical dilemmas in the way a machine can decide over human life. This is simply unacceptable for us. Also, promoting peace and security internationally are deeply interconnected with the development of our countries. The second line of action is to ensure that in the medium term, as has already been stated earlier today, that funding is channeled towards development, but in favorable conditions, so that we can implement the issues of the global agenda. Without those funds, with manageable interest rates, we will not be able to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals. There is evidence on this regard. One of the key reasons why most of the countries in Latin America cannot achieve the Millennium Goals was because we did not count with the financial resources. We're not talking about official support for development. We need to have access to liquidity for development funds without jeopardizing the economic sustainability of the states or the future. Multilateral financial institutions need to redress their approach, as has already been stated. This will help us in achieving the SDGs. The third line of action deals with commercial integration. Thank you for bringing this up. This is a tool that is necessary to achieve development goals. Latin America and the Caribbean have significant natural resources, minerals, human resources that are underused, unfortunately. We need to use these resources, and we need to make sure that trade takes these into account. In 2005, we failed to have a successful negotiation on a trade area for Latin America. And what has this led to? This has led to different, smaller organizations, but there's no link between them. So the trade between Latin America and the Caribbean does not benefit from added value. In other words, we do not take advantage of the possibility of linking the different blocks. Our value chain does not really reap the results it could. We need to have a more integrated system that includes the entire region and that integrates to the entire world. On the other hand, there are internal gaps in our countries, as the report presented by ECLAC rightly shows. And the Secretary General actually mentioned these. Their analysis of Latin America and the Caribbean shows that we have 1/3 of fresh water in the world, 1/5 of the forest in the world. Despite all these resources, we are the most unequal region in the world. We need to pay attention to the proposals made by ECLAC. With those measures that they have suggested, we will be able to address those hurdles that prevent us from developing, such as inequality, poor health, poor education. Structural poverty and concentration of economic growth in the hands of just a few have created the inequality that characterizes our region. It has increased vulnerability in many people that are affected by the labor informality and migration flows that we see. Climate change also requires some priority attention. We, in island countries like the Dominican Republic, do not contribute to the pollution but are greatly affected. We require the support from the international community to act swiftly. Ladies and gentlemen, in front of these, the Dominican Republic has grown significantly for decades, but we have also faced low social mobility, low social cohesion, and increased inequality. Though we have been able to grow, we have not been able to create quality employment that help in distributing the fruits of that growth in the way we would have liked. As we come to the second World Conference on Social Development and the fourth conference on financial institutions, we need to review our strategies, take concrete actions. As I said at the beginning of my intervention, 29 years ago, or maybe more, we listed the devils we faced. We need to make changes, and we need to make sure that this summit does make the change, that we make changes that impact positively in people's lives. The world has more challenges, and they test our capacity to respond to them. So we know that through open, frank dialogue in multilateral spaces like this one, we can identify the tools that will allow us in advancing to achieve the goals our countries have set and advance our economies and therefore increase the quality of life of our citizens. Together, we're stronger. Finally, Mr. Chair, I would like to conclude by proposing the Dominican Republic as the host for ECLAC's 41st session in 2026. We have a lot of experience in organizing high-level meetings, and we will do everything we can to copy Peru so that we can have a successful and productive encounter. We hope that in due course, the chairman can accept this and accept that by acclamation my country is selected as the next host for the next session.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Dominican Republic for your offering. I'm sure that the ECLAC team will process this in due course in the most adequate and swift manner. I would like to give the floor now to Mr. Frederick Stevenson. He's the Minister of Foreign Affairs, Foreign Trade, and Consumer Affairs of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Mr. Stevenson, the floor is yours.
¿Está el señor Stevenson en la sala? Ahí está. Ahí está.
Mr. Chair, Excellencies, colleagues, greetings. I'm pleased to join this dialogue and to share the views of St. Vincent and the Grenadines on how best to chart a path to a more prosperous, resilient, and sustainable future for our region. No doubt, many of you were in New York just about 2 weeks ago when the United Nations General Assembly Summit of the Future adopted a landmark pact for the future with its Global Dialogue Compact and Declaration on Future Generations, all billed as a valiant attempt to course-correct a multilateral system that has been failing the global community, hemorrhaging trust and effectiveness. Also important to the countries of the Caribbean was the international community's embrace of a new mandate for action to address the particular needs of small island developing states at the SIDS-4 conference hosted by Antigua and Barbuda in May this year, referred to as the Abbas. Together, these platforms give clarity and renewed energy to the actions that must be taken if we are to secure the delivery of the Sustainable Development Goals and make meaningful progress on the path to shared prosperity and well-being promised by Agenda 2030, to which we are all committed. In light of this uneven progress towards achievement of this essential sustainable development framework, and with just over 5 years to its culmination, we all need to use every opportunity to align actions to bring the SDGs to fruition, making our global institutions a more fit for the purpose. Let us make the most of these fresh mandates to pursue multilateral solutions to reinvigorate the multilateral system. Where the SIDS of the Caribbean are concerned, there is urgency of action needed for the scaling up of traditional, innovative, and climate financing for greater investment in risk reduction strategies, for accelerating adaptation and promoting resilient growth in SIDS, for enhancing capacity building and technology transfer to advance low-carbon development and green economy transition as part of a broader strategy for much-needed economic diversification in our economies. These issues speak to the essential need to ensure risk reduction, recovery, and resilience if we are to achieve durable, sustainable development in our sub-region. Mr. Chair, Excellencies, given the complex and multifaceted challenges we face as small island developing states, it is crucial that we transform the multilateral system to a more inclusive, just, cohesive, and effective one. Comprehensive reform of an outdated international financial architecture ill-equipped to address the special circumstances of small, heavily indebted, highly vulnerable middle-income countries is imperative. For this reason, we welcome the recent adoption by the General Assembly of the Multidimensional Vulnerability ILNIC to serve as an instrument for assessing the real development capacity and vulnerability of the SIDS. However, this is just the beginning. For operationalization of the MVI to become a reality, the UN system, the donor community, development banks, and international and regional financial institutions must prioritize its testing to address data gaps that still exist in the MVI methodology and to ensure that when implemented, it will be a robust model of development financing that provides a more equitable access to critical finance for the sustainable and resilient development of the SIDS. The vulnerability of Caribbean SIDS to climate change and disasters is well established. Annual losses from disasters in the Caribbean is estimated at about $3 billion. Hurricanes alone account for annual losses of about 17% of GDP of Caribbean countries. It is no accident that the Caribbean countries amass high debt as they address the impacts of these disasters. St. Vincent and the Grenadines, for example, has dealt with 12 major weather-related climate events since 2001. And we are not spared the onslaught of Hurricane Beryl on July 1st this year. In recent years, some 75% of our annual budget has been designated to making preparation for or addressing matters arising from natural disasters. Our national revenues alone cannot support the required expenditure to meet these needs, while allowing us to invest in resilience and development. Yet, there is continued tightening of global monetary policies that fail to provide for concession based on our exposure to exogenous climate-related shocks. Vulnerable countries such as ours urgently need a mechanism that supports debt sustainability. The technical and institutional capacity constraints of our countries are very well known, and the need to strengthen human capital development in SIDS is well articulated in the Antigua and Barbuda for SIDS adopted by the SIDS 4 conference. As emphasized at SIDS 4 was the importance of creating a supportive environment to retain our bright minds in the region to help advance our development efforts. In this regard, we endorse the establishment of the SIDS Center of Excellence and its innovative and critical products, and call for multilateral support for the center in promoting the development and expansion of productive capacities, increasing trade and investment, and promoting the development of sustainable ocean-based SIDS economies. Furthermore, our sub-region for the past decade has been plagued with very low growth, averaging less than 1% annually. The pandemic worsened an already established trend of low productivity, weak innovation, inadequate technological upgrading, and low trade competitiveness. The Global Innovation Index shows that the Caribbean has stagnated in recent years, even as innovation has become an increasingly important factor in resilient recovery across the world. Our weak innovation performance stems from key constraints, including a weak education system and limited investment in research and development and in upgrading the skills of the workforce. Mr. Chair, our education system therefore must be made fit for purpose to fully leverage the potential of science, technology, and innovation in addressing some of our developmental constraints. Investing in science, technology, engineering, arts, and mathematics provide a viable path for our youth to be creative and competitive in the global economy that is increasingly knowledge-based if the countries of our sub-region are not to be left behind. As we address the educational needs of our youth, we must also recognize the challenge that we face as a region with an aging population. As our labor forces shrink due to lower fertility rates and higher rates of emigration, and as the population of the older persons increase due to higher life expectancies, our health, pension, and social security systems are increasingly stressed and at risk of insolvency. Mr. Chair, Caribbean governments are therefore facing the prospect of increased social spending in the near future, even as they contend with the need to invest in resilience building, thus further exposing the sub-region's vulnerability. In closing, with the foregoing, and as we prepare for the 4th International Conference on Financing for Development, we need to strongly advocate for the international community to deliver concrete decisions for transformative impact with a reimagined and restructured system that improves governance and equips us to address the challenges of today while investing in the future. These arrangements, Mr. Chair, for international cooperation must be based on acknowledgement of the realities, inequities, and differentiated vulnerabilities that member states face. As such, must be reflected in the decisions reached towards ensuring more robust access to finance and means of implementation if we are to achieve resilient economies that can truly lift all boats with a rising tide. I thank you.
I thank you, Minister Stephenson, for the kind statement you made. Y ahora quisiera.
And now I would like to give the floor to Ms. Alba Romanus Baptiste, Minister of External Affairs, International Trade, Civil Aviation, and Diaspora Affairs of St. Lucia. Mr. Romanus, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Chair, I enter this conversation knowing full well that the majority of our countries in this hemisphere relate disadvantageously to the contemporary global political environment. I think those who spoke before me, Chair, did a very good job of highlighting the spectrum of challenges that threaten to pull us down. The majority of us actually can relate to interlocking and interrelated problems. And UN ECLAC place it in capsule form, and I quote, low capacity for growth, too high inequality and low social mobility and cohesion, and three, weak institutional capacities and governance, arguing that these present systemic impediments to the attainment of our sustainable development objectives, which seems to be frozen in the currents of lack of commitment and great power rivalry, which have increased the specific gravity of our problems, given that we are challenged to really build an impregnable substratum of economic and technological self-determination. The post-Cold War dividends are yet to materialize for us, while, of course, military dominance seemed to be featuring prominently in a world that we were hoping to have been inching in the opposite direction. Chair, I respectfully submit that military dominance is a relic of the old geopolitics. This expired currency is not moral tender and will not be able to purchase peace in the current post-Cold War environment. Unsurprisingly, many academics are expending tremendous intellectual energy to understand how non-state actors are challenging traditional methods of military strategies. Hence, we must conduct our struggles for a better tomorrow for humanity on the battlefields of ideas. There we can conquer pockets of poverty instead of violent appropriation of lands. On the battlefields of ideas, we can construct, adopt, and implement policies that are applicable to our specific realities, so that we can cooperate under our respective mandates to launch in the paths of history innovative responses to the problems that tantalize us. The world must engage in course correction. The convening of the Summit of the Future is a mere symptom of the objective reality that we can no longer procrastinate in taking the actions required to secure a better future for mankind. As I prepare to close, Chair, because I want to adhere to your specific instructions that people ought to be brief. So in taking my brief intervention to its logical conclusion, I wish to allude to two things that probably I have some lingering concerns about. And one is the MVI. As my colleague from St. Vincent mentioned a few moments ago, It took 32 years for the international community to actually accept it and, of course, recognize it as the way forward. I'm hoping that it does not take another 32 years to implement and for us to feel the benefits of it. The other one is the 4th UN Conference on Seeds, which adopted a 10-year plan of action, which, of course, carries the possibility of transforming those economies. So therefore, in closing, Chairman, I believe that the time has come for us to organize ourselves better into that integrated whole, strengthen the machinery of our hemisphere, and let us move forward together to tackle the real issues that threaten a better tomorrow for humanity. We are charged with the specific responsibility of handing over a better tomorrow for future generations. And I'll say until then, Chair, la lucha continua. Hasta la victoria siempre venceremos. Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, Minister Romanos, for your very suggestive final words. Ahora.
Now, as the last Minister of Foreign Affairs of Latin America and the Caribbean, I would like to hand the mic to Mr. Albert Ramden, Minister of Foreign Affairs, International Business and International Cooperation of Suriname. Mr. Ramden, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, Executive Secretary, and your team, as well as our colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I must thank our host, Minister Schaller, for the hospitality. It's always good to be in Peru, always good to be in Lima. And also to UN ECLAC Executive Secretary Jose Manuel Salazar. Thank you very much for the report and the analysis presented, extensive. And I believe that based on your report, there is reason not to repeat all the challenges which we face, but to focus on what you said in one of your last slides, is to focus on how to implement, what to do next. Because we all have listed, analyzed, discussed all these challenges in our Summit of the Future just a week ago. And I'm sure, but I hope not, that we will continue to just list and not address the issues in the upcoming meetings, global meetings in Azerbaijan, also in Cali, but also next year at the Summit for Social Development and the Financing for Development. I think I agree with my neighbor next door on the left that we need to address things head-on much more in a practical terms. I wish to also recognize the enormous impact which SITS-4 has made in terms of charting a new course towards a more resilient future for the small island development countries. And I want to endorse especially the support for the SITS Center of Excellence that would be required to facilitate this process. I also want to recall the discussions which we had together with the Executive Secretary in Trinidad and Tobago during the Caribbean Development and Cooperation Committee meeting on a similar topic, and tomorrow morning we'll address some of those again in the panel. But what I wanted to say really is, while we all have recognized that we are at an important moment in our history, I think the question is, what do we decide to do about these challenges? A very practical question, but let me observe then that it seems, based on the discussions in the United Nations last week or the week before, that we are not on the same page as yet, globally. We are not united as yet on all fronts. So there is reason also to strengthen our collective resolve. One of the points made as well, which we need to observe, is the issue of leadership in countries and leadership styles to realize that transformational process so that we can build on that zone of peace, strong, prosperous hemisphere, and so on. The third point I like to observe is, and I think it has been mentioned by colleagues before, is that many promises are made, but not many are kept. And that's a challenge. To be honest, we should address this, how we address this flaw in international relations. Because I'm afraid that when we go to Azerbaijan for the COP29, and I hope not in Brazil during COP30, that we again hear a lot of promises, but very little delivery. It's a reality which we need to face. It is a political issue in many ways, but it's also an issue of understanding the real challenge in our global world today. The other thing which I think is important to note, Mr. Chairman, is that we need to keep in mind the political realities on the ground and the social realities, because often they intervene, and I can give you many examples of small countries that have this challenge. When you are confronted with hurricanes, when you're confronted with droughts, with floods, your budget, your fiscal space doesn't allow for that. And when you're confronted with it, a lot of funds are being reallocated. That's a social reality. That's a humanitarian reality which we need to take into account. So many of the noble ideas and objectives cannot be achieved. I wonder, in terms of the practicality, how we can make sure that all what has been presented earlier on, and again, not every country is the same, so it will be a tailor-made approach, but how we can embed the mandates which should emanate from these meetings in our national policies. Because it seems there is a disconnect between what we agree here and how that translates into the national budget. One of the things which we have encountered equally so with the Summit of the Americas process is that there is a disconnect between the Ministries of Foreign Affairs and the Ministries of Finance, because they don't know. We adopt these measures here, or we adopt these mandates, but the translation into budget is an issue which should be done through the Ministry of Finance. So we have always promoted and suggested that there should be joint meetings of the Ministries of Finance and Ministries of Foreign Affairs and Finance to determine how much of the spending goes into delivering on these mandates. Otherwise, we will agree on some great ideas, necessary ideas, but then domestically it is not in our budget. Most of these mandates will require domestic allocation. Also, the issue of embedding mandates as a practical issue, this transformational process in the many areas which Jose Manuel has listed, is how we embed these in the IFIs, the international financial institutions, so that their programs relate to what needs to be done and what is approved by member states. There is a disconnect there. It is already happening. There has been a lot of improvement, but many programs and financial windows are not fitting the realities of the many countries. Finally, in the Western Hemisphere, I believe we must foster more collaboration, more connections between the countries, between the regions. Connectivity is important to exchange goods, services, and people. Latin America and the Caribbean have indeed an enormous potential, growth potential, but that is a theory unless we work on it. So we need to mobilize that connectivity also in terms of trade and investments. Put that in the global context. Following the COVID-19 experience, we all know that supply chain routes, supply chain costs have been impacted by those events, and shorter supply chain routes will benefit the region. So there is an opportunity here to to make sure that our regional capabilities are developed to the fullest extent. Equally so, and we will need the private sector there, is to bring the private sector together. I believe they play a critical role also in maintaining democracy, human rights, and rule of law, but also, and certainly in the area of increase of productivity and more direct communication, intra-regional trade and investment will certainly reduce the dependency on uncertain and costly supply chains and finances. My last point is, we all agree that we need a strong hemispheric multilateral platform. We need a strong multilateral system, like we have agreed during the Summit of the Future, the revisiting of the global governance system, as well as the need for a more equitable multilateral system. The same goes for the whole hemisphere. We need to unite, foster cooperation towards more peace, more prosperity, and more development. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Minister. Y ahora tengo el honor de darle la palabra.
Now I would like to give the floor to Ms. Ángela Reseña Olaya Requene, Minister of Science, Technology and Innovation of Colombia. You have the floor, Madam Minister. Good afternoon, distinguished delegates. First of all, I would like to express to the government of Peru and the Executive Secretary of ECLAC, on behalf of President Gustavo Petro and the government of Colombia, our gratitude for the organization of this regular session and wish the great success to everyone in the meeting. Today, throughout Latin America, we see the impact of climate change and the degradation of the environment. These bring greater devastation to our peoples. The images of wildfires in the Amazon, as well as the lowering of the river levels, should call our attention. We need to channel our resources to face the global crisis and the multiple crises that affect our future. We should not remain silent watching how our planet is being devastated. Our president said the death of the Amazon will mean the death of the human species. ECLAC should put into action necessary measures to achieve this goal. Colombia welcomes the adoption of the Pact of the Future in the UN General Assembly last month. We welcome the report on the progress in achieving the SDG and its 17 objectives. If we continue in implementing it at this pace, only 22% of the objectives set will be achieved, and the remaining ones will not be achieved, and let alone will lag even further behind. Our region has been a key actor in achieving that goal of the Pact for the Future. Those 56 actions will bring fresh air to the regional efforts in channeling our efforts to achieve those goals. For decades, ECLAC has been a strategic ally for all the governments in Latin America to generate actions that lead towards sustainable development and the fair development of our regions. The Pact for the Future is an opportunity to continue strengthening the work we have carried out thus far. I would like to invite the tables and the leaders of the different round tables to take into account what we have worked on. This ECLAC should be the regional platform that should lead to concerted actions so that our region can develop. In Colombia, we are working in the productive model of humankind that we are currently facing. We think we need to have a new development model that is carbon neutral, with clean energies and using new technologies. To achieve this new model implies revisiting the international financial structures. The limited resources of our countries cannot be used only to the servicing of debts or paying high rates. We need to fund concrete actions that defend life, nature, and people. As President Petro stated in COP28, we need an agreement among poor countries, middle-income countries, and rich countries. We need to focus this agreement on how to restructure the international financial system to face the climatic challenges, and through mechanisms that do not increase the burden of the debt, but rather reduce it. The fourth conference on development financing that will be held next year should be the ideal platform to promote this new vision of the financial architecture based on life and nature. We cannot talk about development if we do not talk about peace. No peace is possible without development, and development is not possible without peace. Under this premise, in the coming days, we will hold the COP26 on biodiversity. I would like to invite each and every one of you to come to this event, and we would like to invite you to participate actively. We should have a united voice of Latin America in favor of life and peace. We will be heading the Science, Technology, Information Conference during the next 2 years, as well as the International Conference on Population and Development. From these positions, we will try to achieve consensus to bring benefits to all Latin Americans in this area. I would not like to finish without letting the international community know about the current situation that is putting at risk Colombia's government. The National Congress, the Electoral Congress, has pressed charges against the president of Colombia, who was elected by popular vote of over 11,000 voters. This is creating an unstable political situation. This means a blow on democracy, and this is why the president of Colombia is calling upon all social and popular organizations to defend the popular vote. Similarly, we would like to call upon to the international community to work for democracy and to be watchful of an attempt to hold a coup d'etat in Colombia. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, Madam Minister. And now I have the honor of giving the floor to Ms. Eva Granadas, Secretary of State and International Cooperation of Spain. You have the floor, Madam. Thank you very much. It is a great honor for me to represent Spain at the 40th session of ECLAC, and it is a great pleasure to share with you this dialogue this afternoon and to comment on the current status of Latin America and the Caribbean, on how we can face those traps to development. I have heard you carefully, and it has been quite enlightening. We have deep ties, and we have a shared vision about this region. I'm also very happy to be here with ECLAC, to have heard Professor Chirinax and the report on the traps for development. For Spain, ECLAC is a fundamental partner. It helps us in making certain diagnoses that help us in working with the countries in the region. It is also important for us to talk about multilateralism, and we share your concern for that. This is part of our foreign policies for all countries, that through political dialogue we can move forward. I would also like to thank the trust you have placed, that many of the countries here have placed on Spain to hold the Ibero-American Summit in 2026. I have a few messages to share with you. First and foremost, our shared vision is aligned on the needs of the region, as you have rightly discussed today. We would like to cooperate with you through the Spanish cooperation. As the report that was delivered today focuses on the how more than the why, and we want to base this cooperation on dialogue and add the value. This is the proposal that ECLAC is making, in which we take to heart to work with you. We are also taking into account the profile of many of the countries here, that you're middle-income countries, and therefore we need to focus on the inequalities within those countries. We also work with ECLAC as a country in areas as important as equality, every subject that is associated to feminist policies. If half of the population is not included in development, then we can't move forward. As for tax policies, many of the comments made today focus on the resources and also everything that is associated to public planning and management. The report has also mentioned upon this. We need to talk about governance, social dialogue. For us, it is very important. And this is what guides our cooperation with each and every one of you. We need to talk about the social components as well. We will soon have the second International Summit on Social Development. When Spain chaired the European Union, we put this topic at the core of our activities as well as social protection so that we can actually work on these. When we put people at the center of things, we can overcome poverty, we can have better employment, dignified employment, decent employment, and more inclusion. Talking about the Pact of the Future, there are some ideas I'd like to share. This is what the leader of our country mentioned at the General Assembly, Pedro Sanchez, that we need to fulfill the SDGs. The president of the government said that in a context of difficulties between Spain, Europe, Latin America, and the Caribbean, we need to give a renewed vision. There are two regions. We need to work together. We have a shared vision of the world. Multilateralism is currently being challenged by others. We need to work hard. There are certain risks that loom on certain democracies, so we need to work in protecting the institutions. As for funding for development, the report that was presented today is talking about a more inclusive, sustainable development. And I like the idea that it is time to take action. Some of your interventions have talked about international cooperation and regional cooperation. We're more than willing to work with you. We share the three elements that are described in the study: to work for sustainability, reduce inequalities, and work for development. As many of you have said, we require funding. We need resources. Spain has a new law on cooperation. It allocates 0.7% of our income for development. And as many of you have said, we are going to host the fourth International Conference on Funding for Development. We would like to invite all of you. You are a region that is committed to this. Mexico is a co-facilitator of this conference, as well as Jamaica, who worked with us in the Pact of the Future. Chile and Mexico are working on feminist policies. Brazil is also deeply committed with the COPs or COPs, the G20, the Bridgetown Agreement, the Barbados Agreement. There's a lot of willingness in this region. And this is the kind of spirit we would like to see in the fourth conference for finance for development. This will be held in Seville next year at the end of June, early July. And that will be very important. And it will showcase how much multilateralism is worth. We need to go from the PowerPoint and spreadsheets to reality. Sevilla will offer an opportunity for that. We are quite optimistic. We're facing difficult times, but Spain is a country that will build bridges, will promote dialogue, will try to reach a consensus that is tangible. As I was saying, we need policies that require everyone's support so that we can see through the reform of the financial architecture with more transparent mechanisms. The agenda Latin America and the Caribbean go beyond the GDP measurements. The inequalities within the countries also have to be included in this debate. I'm not going to take more time, but we are close to 2030. We have very important world conferences that will offer the possibility to reach consensus so that the compass that we all share does not lose the path, even though we are facing glooming times in the world. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Madam State Secretary would like to invite Deborah Rivas, Vice Minister of Foreign Trade from Cuba. It is a pleasure for me to be here. Greetings to all of the attendees. The delegation of Cuba would like to thank for the opportunity to take part in this dialogue of foreign affairs and high-level authorities for the results of the Summit of the Future and the regional challenges in the lead-up to the Second World Summit for Social Development and the Fourth International Conference on Financing for Development, which has been mentioned by our colleague. We would like to thank for the organization and the hospitality of the Peruvian authorities in organizing this event. This 40th session of the Economic Commission for Latin America and the Caribbean is a strategic space for dialogue around the most serious problems that our region faces. In debating how to ensure sustainability without leaving anyone behind. The position document of ECLAC presented by the Executive Secretary, we think that it is a deep roadmap that should be well assessed and especially well implemented by all of us. The world and our region of Latin America and the Caribbean live in a complex international context, mainly after the effects of the pandemic, the increase of inequalities, poverty, and the ongoing deterioration of the environment, which imposes us to open a qualitatively different chapter capable of complying with the transforming goals which have been fixed in the 2030 agenda. We hope that the Pact for the Future will work on the essential political willingness that is necessary to push for the 2030 agenda and cover the needs of the countries in development matters, but the small insular countries in special conditions. We acknowledge the positive aspects included in the pact, which gear towards the compliance of the 2030 agenda, geared towards eradicating poverty, and a new order of trade and commerce where different justice, equality, and solidarity bases will be envisioned. But we need to hurry up in developing pragmatic pathways to make this a reality for Latin America and the Caribbean. A truly transforming agenda should be drafting clear guidelines in terms of governance, representation, and access to financing, where a greater number of developing countries will have a voice and will have a vote. Therefore, we think it is necessary to consider the recapitalization of the multilateral development banks to make the conditions of loans better to those countries requiring them. As has been mentioned in this room, to define the access of developing countries to financing in favorable conditions, it is essential to make progress in the establishment of measures that will go beyond the GDP as a Pact for the Future recognizes. We share the need to advance towards the instrumentation of a multilateral renegotiation mechanism to renegotiate sovereign debts with a significant participation of the countries of the South and a fair treatment geared towards development. We reaffirm the urgency in promoting fiscal international cooperation that will be efficient in the UN. Dear delegates and guests, we urge the reform of the international value chains that will allow developing countries to attain a greater degree of industrialization of their products, to really have a sustainable and integrated future in Latin America and the Caribbean by guaranteeing access to financing. It is essential for the implementation of the 2030 Agenda. The creation and building of capacities is necessary in the establishment of an international mechanism that will facilitate the technology transfer, which will be environmental friendly in conditions for developing countries as well. I won't like to finish my presentation without emphasizing our rejection to coercive unilateral measures which are not compatible with the rule of law and the Charter of the United Nations, which go against the joint efforts for the country to achieve development. And they will also go against the compliance of this Pact of the Future if we keep it. Cuba suffers the effect of these type of measures after 62 years of blockade, economic, commercial, and financial blockade, which is imposed by the government of the U.S., which has gotten even more serious in the past years, and the arbitrary inclusion of our country in the unilateral list of states which are allegedly sponsoring terrorism, something that we denounce here. Despite the blockade, which means our main obstacle towards development, we ratify our commitment with multilateralism with the implementation of the 2030 Agenda, and we reiterate that we avail Latin America and the Caribbean with our modest resources and capabilities as a country, especially in our experience and good practices in South-South cooperation matters, triangulating with sectors like education, sports, culture, the reduction of disaster risks under the premise of our historical leader, Fidel Castro Cruz, because we are not giving away what we spare, but we share what we have. And we will be implementing the initiative, which is that Caribbean First. To finish, the colleague of St. Lucia reminded me that one day like this in 1967, a paradigm of Latin American integration was assassinated. Che Guevara in Bolivia was murdered, and we confirm the work of everyone will attain those results stemming from a pact for the future and a better world, and this is what the future generations require. Hasta la victoria. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias, señora
Thank you very much, Madam Minister. I would like to invite Mr. Nicolás Albertoni, Undersecretary of Foreign Affairs of Uruguay, to take the floor. Thank you very much, Chairwoman. I would like to join in the greetings of my predecessors in saluting ECLAC and the government of Peru for organizing this 40th session, which is very important because of the international context we're under. The recent Summit of the Future that we all come from in New York was a time of profound changes. We've faced threats like the health crisis, and we are now living a climate crisis today. Under this context of uncertainty, we are facing geopolitical, very relevant conflicts. This has been about a cooperative action towards peace. This might be remaining in words, but we are coming from this summit convinced that Latin America and the Caribbean have a virulent role in this context. Not only because of their contribution to food security. I come from a country with 3 million inhabitants with a production capacity for 30 million, and also the preservation of biodiversity. But not only for this, because also our countries are being the protagonists of international relevance for sustainable development. Examples are the G20 in Brazil, COP30 on climate change also in Brazil, COP16 on biodiversity in Colombia, and the 5th edition of the World Data Forum of the UN in Colombia. It is within this context as well, in this period of session, that I allow myself to thank the Executive Secretary and his team for the full-fledged report that has been submitted for this session, which has been called Latin America and the Caribbean before the traps of development. We understand that the areas selected by ECLAC, productive development, inequality, sustainability, and financing for development, among others, are actually very prompt, because dynamizing this agenda puts ECLAC in a historical axis, which is something that it always had. And it's this time of post-truth, it is important to have an institution with the flag of Latin America and the Caribbean that will focus the debate and put it in evidence. Years go by and challenges remain. We are one of the most integrated regions around the world. The last numbers, 33 regional blocs. And at the same time, we are the region that does not trade as much among ourselves, and we are not fighting poverty reduction that much, but we are the most unequal region in the world, and there are many challenges. Among these ways to try to understand this integrated view of development, we need to work on the measurement of GDP, and it is necessary, and my country will still work on this. Development needs to be understood as a constant, multi-dimensional process. This is why it is difficult to think that you go from one moment to another just to cross a threshold. And it is necessary, urgently necessary, to tackle the resources that are fundamental to face the vulnerabilities that we have. It is essential to work on a financial architecture, and I think that Spain will be an example for developing countries to have greater participation in global governance. Uruguay is interested in generating agreements towards having access to the development banks, which might include positive incentives for the countries which have standards related to environmental governance indicators. And not only is this something that we say, but my country has implemented the first indexed sovereign bond on climate indicators that will incorporate incentives to incorporate climatic and biodiverse indicators. This dynamic to promote investments and positive incentives for the compliance of environmental goals should be translated to the area of trade, discussing how a multilateral trade system can contribute concretely to the solution of the global challenges. Uruguay, within the scope that we are at now, suggests to consider the design of positive commercial incentives based on complying with criteria and environmental commitments, and I'm sure that ECLAC could be a key actor in this sense. It is also essential to include all the parties in the developments that we have regarding energy. I have with me the energy director of Uruguay. We have implemented something which makes our matrix be based on renewable energies at 98%. It is necessary towards the new measures that have been applied not only in Uruguay, but the regional scope. We still have challenges ahead. Artificial intelligence, the digital divide should not be a trap for development. I would like to finish my speech by reaffirming the work that we've just finalized together with ECLAC on a national strategy of circular economies in Uruguay, which has been a clear collective action between ECLAC and Uruguay. And you can take a look at it in ECLAC's website. There is a commitment from Uruguay in terms of the conservation of natural resources. I would like to emphasize that it is fundamental to raise the voice of the region and get more support in terms of economic support and resources. We would like to call for action to continue working, as other ministers have put it, for the defense of multilateralism. We are a region which really don't take much from re-globalization. We need to defend and advocate for multilateralism and refrain from becoming protectionist and calling upon international spaces to find common pathways. Thank you very much, Madam Minister. Thank you very much. Under Secretary of Foreign Affairs, I would like to invite Clemente Varela Suarez, Ambassador of Brazil in Peru. Thank you very much, Madam Minister, Ms. Eugenia, dear Mr. José Manuel Salazar Chirinach, Executive Secretary of ECLAC, distinguished ministers and high authorities. Brazil is pleased to participate in this debate on the implementation in the region of the results of the Summit of the Future, as well as on the challenges for the region in the run-up to the 4th International Conference on Financing for Development and the 2nd World Summit for Social Development. The Summit of the Future was an opportunity to advance in the reform of global governance. Brazil has actively participated in the negotiations of the Pact for the Future, seeking the inclusion of ambitious commitments. The summit was a crucial moment to reaffirm the importance of the multilateral system centered on the United Nations and to reach consensus on the improvements needed to revitalize the system and fill critical gaps in the institutions of global governance. Brazil chose the global governance reform as one of our 3 priorities in the G20 presidency during November of this year, for November of this year. We are convinced that G20 can be a valuable tool to amplify and galvanize support for the urgently needed reform of the multilateral system. To overcome the conflicts and the instability in today's world, we need to have more representative, legitimate, and effective institutions. To this end, it is essential to update their structures and practices to better represent the diversity of their composition. At the second G20 ministerial meeting open to all UN members of the margins of the high-level week of the General Assembly, we need to undertake a comprehensive review of the UN Charter as proposed by President Lula at the opening of the General Assembly a few days ago. The upcoming 4th International Conference on Financing for Development accounts for a milestone in advancing the reform of the international financing and architecture, as well as a crucial opportunity for us to ensure effective mechanisms and adequate financial resources to fully realize the right of all countries to development. Brazil appreciates ECLAC's support for discussion towards a proposal for measuring sustainable development that would take into consideration its multidimensional nature, with the participation of experts from developing countries and the United Nations system. We hope that these discussions will advance in the first months of 2025 and contribute to the preparatory process for the 4th International Conference on Financing for Development. Building on the momentum of the ongoing preparatory process, we remind developed countries to increase and fulfill their respective ODA commitments, including the commitment of many developed countries to reach the target of 0.7% of the gross national product for ODA to developing countries and 0.15% to 0.20% for least developed countries. we must also continue to press vigorously for reforming the multilateral development banks and the international financial institutions. It is necessary to simplify the procedures, to reduce the conditions, and eliminate the surcharges, and safeguarding the space for public development policies. Within the context of the G20 presidency, Brazil has proposed the establishment of a global alliance against hunger and poverty, open to all states. Its aim is to provide technical and financial support for the implementation of internationally proven policy instruments, such as targeted cash transfers, school feeding programs, and assistance to family farming. Brazil invites all of the states to join this initiative before November and becoming founding members of the Global Alliance. Another initiative that Brazil is promoting as the G20 chair includes pushing for a fair international tax system and unlocking new sources of financing for development. Brazil's proposal for a global minimum tax on high net worth individuals, which could generate 250 billion annually, is an example of this kind of innovative thinking that we need. In line with its commitment towards strengthening multilateralism and the search for global solutions for sustainable development and climate change, Brazil has offered to host the 30th Conference of the Parties to the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, COP30, in 2025 in the Amazon city of Belém. It is expected that countries' commitments under the Paris Agreement, the so-called nationally determined contributions, to be submitted by 2025 could represent a path correction towards the 1.5 degrees C target. In welcoming the opportunity to contribute to this debate on this occasion, Brazil reiterates its broad commitment to continue collaborating with ECLAC in this task of advancing towards a more productive, inclusive, and sustainable future for the region. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ambassador. Now I would like to give the floor to Mr. Louis Marcotte, Ambassador of Canada to Peru. Ms. Maria Eugenia Echeverría.
Foreign Affairs of Peru, Señor José Manuel Salazar, Executive Secretary of ECLAC, distinguished ministers and authorities of ECLAC member and associate member countries, muy buenas tardes. It is a pleasure to be here today on behalf of Canada at the 40th ECLAC session. I would like to thank the government of Peru for hosting us today. The accomplishment of ECLAC cannot be understated. Addressing the multiple crises affecting the Latin American and Caribbean region requires sound, data-driven analysis. ECLAC feels that vital need, whether it is through publishing high-quality papers or convening conferences led by experts in their field. Guided by its feminist international assistance policy, Canada is working with civil society, development bank, UN agencies, and regional organizations to advance gender equality, human rights, inclusive governance, economic growth, and peace and stability across the region. From programming with indigenous women and girls in Central America to reduce violence against women, to efforts in the Caribbean to address the impacts of climate change, to projects in South America supporting sexual and reproductive health and rights, Canada is committed to working collaboratively to help the region meet its long-term development objectives.
It is a testament to the enduring importance of ECLAC that we are all here today. In a world where multilateralism is being tested, ECLAC has succeeded in bringing together such a comprehensive group for this conference. Achieving the UN's Sustainable Development Goals, addressing the climate crisis, and advancing security and human rights are best accomplished through collective action. Canada continues to work to strengthen the multilateral system. Canada's Prime Minister Justin Trudeau reiterated this strong commitment at the recent Summit of the Future. He also affirmed the importance of accelerating the implementation of the 2030 Agenda and the Sustainable Development Goals in his role as co-chair of the SDGs Advocates Group, along with the Prime Minister of Barbados. L'un des thèmes clés du sommet de l'avenir a été de
We need to remind ourselves that multilateralism is focused on dialogue and the desire to find solutions through collaboration. At the Summit of the Future, Prime Minister Trudeau highlighted our responsibility, our collective responsibility to work together to answer the multi-crisis in the world. It has challenged the international community to build something that is better for today's generation, but also for the future generations. Canada is ready to work multilaterally to advance the Sustainable Development Goals and to achieve prosperity and equality for each generation. We're ready to work with all to address the regional challenges vis-à-vis the upcoming 4th International Conference on International Financing, as well as the Summit on Social Development. To conclude, Canada will continue to build its ties with ECLAC and member states so that we have a more prosperous region that is durable, sustainable, and inclusive. We are partners for the eradication of poverty, the promotion and defense of human rights, as well as facing climate change challenges, adaptation, and mitigation. Thank you very much for your attention.
Muchas gracias, señor embajador. Invito a tomar la palabra.
Thank you, Mr. Ambassador. Now I give the floor to Carlos Escobedo, Ambassador of Guatemala to Peru. Minister of Foreign Affairs of Latin America and the Caribbean, Your Excellency, Executive Secretary of ECLAC, honorable heads of delegation, delegates, I would like to warmly welcome all of you and greet you on behalf of Ambassador, Minister of Foreign Affairs of Guatemala, who was unable to attend this meeting. It is a great honor for me to accompany you in this very important event. We would like to thank Peru for all actions carried out in hosting this event. My country participated through the president of our country, Cesar Bernardo Arevalo, in the Summit of the Future that was held on September 22 and 23 this year, within the scope of the 79th session of the UN General Assembly in New York. This very important event gathered the world leaders and tried to achieve a new world consensus to improve the present times and safeguard the future of upcoming generations. This was a unique opportunity to further cooperation in critical areas and to address the problems of global governance. Guatemala is aware that in order to achieve the effective implementation of 2030 Agenda and achieve Sustainable Development Goals, we must take ambitious, transformative actions without leaving anyone behind. Eradicating hunger and poverty should be at the core of every effort we undertake as a region. These are fundamental to bring about changes in our societies and to ensure that they are achieved. We need to put into practice the Addis Ababa Agenda in funding for development. This will enable us to have the means to implement all these objectives, including international trade as a driver of these elements to have a productive and more balanced world. The bilateral and multilateral development banks have a key role, as well as donor countries. They provide support through financial cooperation that is reimbursable or non-reimbursable, the restructuring of the exchange of debt, technological transfer, capacity building, and other mechanisms will help us in achieving the Sustainable Development Goals. Science, technology, innovation have become a cross-cutting aspect to achieve the development in the world. These are key tools to achieve the development of our countries. This pushes us to work in building knowledge societies that are capable of strengthening their knowledge in the fields of science and technology. There's an opportunity to expand access to tertiary education by having young people participating in these fields, offering more funding for research and development. This will help our region move in this matter significantly. In this sense, Guatemala highlights the importance of implementing mechanisms that offer opportunities to youth so that they can develop fully. This includes preventing violence so that they can have a safe environment, access to artistic and cultural activities, as well as sports and recreative activities that promote inclusivity, and including upgrading education so that they can face the future challenges, and particularly focusing on science and technology, the creation of employment opportunities as well as entrepreneurship, promoting their participation in society as committed citizens so that we can build better societies. Finally, for Guatemala, it is of the utmost importance to renew the trust we have in institutions. How? By turning them into more effective institutions. This can be achieved by putting into practice the commitments governments have with their people. This should be based on trust, equality, solidarity, and universality. This will help us in moving towards a safer, peaceful, fair, equal, integrating, sustainable, and prosperous Latin America and the Caribbean region. I would like to encourage you to continue working and to break the circles that for a long time have prevented our region from moving towards greater levels of development. We need to take into account the 11 transformation drivers that ECLAC has proposed. By closing the gap and facing the challenges, we will have a more productive and inclusive region. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias, señor embajador.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ambassador. Now I would like to give the floor to Mr. Rubén Darío Ortiz Méndez, Ambassador of Paraguay to Peru. I would like to thank the chair for offering me the floor. Allow me to refer to the addresses that were made earlier, as well as to join the expressions of gratitude that were expressed earlier. And this is just to save time. Paraguay, my country, believes in multilateralism as the most effective tool to face the problems that transcend the borders of our countries. However, it is important to recognize that current multilateralism has shown serious deficiencies. Faced with this scenario, we need actions, not words, and we need to strengthen collective action. It is in this constructive spirit and in good faith that Paraguay participated in the negotiations prior to the holding of the Summit of the Future for the drafting and subsequent adoption of the Pact for the Future. We value the adoption of the pact as a renewable confidence in multilateralism and as a testimony of the member states of the United Nations to strengthen the collective action necessary to face the successive and simultaneous challenges of our times. In adopting the pact, all countries yielded on their initial positions. It was only because of this flexibility that it was possible to adopt it without a vote. Paraguay has exercised flexibility for the sake of its firm commitment to the values of multilateralism, as I have already stated, and the determination to achieve a more sustainable, just and peaceful world. As the president of my country stated in his speech during the summit of the future, the consensus we have reached does not necessarily imply that we agree on all the issues. Rather, it is an action to help the system continue functioning. As an important agricultural country, Paraguay is aware that the role of food-producing countries must be protected. In this regard, we express our concern, as expressed by the President of Paraguay on September 23rd, in stating that this declaration, which guidelines are non-binding, shall be applied in light of our Constitution and the laws in force in our country. It is of the utmost importance for Paraguay to uphold the values, principles, and culture that will be respected based on its own traditions. On the other hand, the productive capacity that offers well-being to our country shall not be altered. Any commitment that we undertake must respect our sovereignty and the fundamental pillars of our economy. Paraguay reaffirms its commitment to international cooperation and with all the initiatives that promote mutual trust, peace in all our nations. At this critical juncture, we join common efforts to face these challenges. We are firmly convinced that decisions that we make today will shape the world that the next generations will inherit. Before I finish, I would like to share with you the greetings of the Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Paraguay, Rubén Ramírez Lescano. He apologizes for not being able to attend this meeting due to program constraints, and he delivers words in his native language. Thank you very much, Mr. Ambassador. Now I give the floor to Carla Tatiana Ornella Sablin, Chargée d'Affaires of Mexico in Peru. Thank you very much, Madam President. Good afternoon to all of you. I'm very pleased to be here with you and sharing with you this afternoon. And once again, I would like to thank Peru for its hospitality. It is a tradition in these kinds of events. The Summit of the Future ended with the Pact of the Future. It was a difficult process that nevertheless led towards a construction of a fairer world. Mexico would like to highlight three political elements that are key and that came from this summit and that are extremely important for our region. The first crucial element of the Pact for the Future is the one that is called for a world free of nuclear weapons. In a world that is characterized by increasing military tensions and the risk of nuclear conflicts, this commitment is even more relevant today. Our region, Latin America and the Caribbean, historically have been pioneers in the fight against the proliferation of nuclear weapons, and Mexico would like to reiterate the importance of keeping united and to continue defending this topic. The Tlatelolco Agreement is a key pillar in these efforts, and the voice of our regions should be loud and clear in the multilateral arena so that we can promote a world free of weapons of mass destruction. The second aspect that I wish to highlight is to ensure adequate funding for development. The pact recognizes the linkages between economic development, social justice, and environmental protection. As a region, we face different challenges at economic levels that bring more poverty, inequality, and exacerbate the impact of climate change. Mexico advocates for a balanced, accessible financing for development and available to the developing countries. This is the only way in which we will be able to achieve the SDGs. Mexico will continue to promote an inclusive, representative international financial infrastructure that helps vulnerable countries. We believe that it is necessary to reform the international financial mechanisms. This will ensure that economic growth translates into social development and well-being for our peoples. And we thank Spain for its invitation for the next summit on financing for development. Finally, the Pact for the Future highlights the need to reform multilateral institutions, more particularly the Security Council of the UN and the international financial institutions. We have firmly defended these structures. The Security Council should be more democratic, representative, and efficient. We need to transform international financial mechanisms. They should reflect the realities of the 21st century. Mexico believes that the reform of the world governance must be geared towards ensuring international justice. This means adopting decisions that not only address the needs of present times, but also ensure a sustainable future for the coming generations. The adoption of digital governance mechanisms such as the scientific panel, the Independent Scientific Panel on Artificial Intelligence and the Global Dialogue on Artificial Intelligence are promising examples of this approach. The Pact for the Future that was signed leaves pending some other items that would be required for the UN to be efficient, democratic, and inclusive. In such a polarized world, it would be very hard to satisfy all the countries and international actors. Mexico was one of the key players that proposed the wording for the text to achieve gender equality, to revisit our social models in light of true sustainability, and to have an international financial structure that is representative and inclusive. Although the result was not the optimum one, it is at least an opening, and it offers hope for multilateralism. Mexico and other actors such as the civil society, the academia, private sector, youth, and all can take advantage of these opportunities and to see how we can propose so that the Security Council can be reformed, and that way we can overcome the systemic deficiencies to put the technologies and emerging technologies in favor of our communities. The Summit of the Future has highlighted that the path to more efficient and representative multilateralism is long, but it is necessary. In our region, ECLAC has a key role. It is a forum for cooperation and dialogue. Latin America and the Caribbean must take advantage of this platform and to have a single voice that advocates for inclusion, justice, and sustainability in every level of the international system. Mexico reiterates its commitment to multilateralism and with the principles of this forum. We will continue to work hand in hand with our partners in the region and in the world so that the agreements of the Summit of the Future translate into concrete actions that bring well-being to our peoples and protect the planet we all share. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias, señor. Thank you very much. And now I would like to invite Mr. Sadia Billingsley, permanent representative of the U.S. before ECLAC, Department of State of the United States. The floor is yours.
President, Excellencies, distinguished colleagues, and members of ECLAC, the United States appreciates the opportunity to engage with you today. And in particular, we appreciate the opportunity to underscore that we remain committed to advancing development, building prosperity, and overcoming economic challenges in the region through close cooperation with our partners across Latin America and the Caribbean. We greatly appreciated close collaboration among many ECLAC member states to promote these goals through the Summit of the Future process. Today, we acknowledge the gravity of the three traps that the Executive Secretary already mentioned, which have hindered sustained progress in the region: low capacity for growth, high inequality and low social mobility, and weak institutional capacities. As detailed in the recent report by ECLAC, these traps create cycles that stymie development, but we are making strides in breaking them. We are proud to report our efforts to the body. The report states the first trap, low capacity for growth, stems from stagnant productivity and declining investments in critical sectors. The United States is already working in close partnership with countries in the region to foster inclusive economic growth. Through the Americas Partnership for Economic Prosperity, we are supporting innovation, entrepreneurship, and digital economies, which are crucial for driving the productivity gains needed to overcome this trap. The 12 founding partners, which make up 90% of the hemisphere's GDP and are already building inroads to foster inclusive, sustainable, shared prosperity for all. We are proud to collaborate on knowledge, skill, and capacity building projects that bring the benefits of advanced technology to underscore regions, fostering sustainable growth. The second trap of high inequality and low social mobility, which continues to weaken social cohesion, is also a key focus for the U.S. efforts. Our Caribbean Basin Initiative and targeted aid programs in Central and South America directly address inequality by expanding access to equality education, vocational training, and healthcare services. We understand that social mobility is critical for reducing inequality. In collaboration with local governments and civil society organizations, the United States has supported initiatives that empower marginalized communities, improve labor market outcomes, and promote gender equality. Third, institutional weakness traps calls for robust governance reforms and stronger institutional capacities across the region. The United States has long focused on attention and support for these efforts, including through support for countries towards achieving SDG 16, for example, through the Democratic Governance Initiative. This $690 million initiative led by the White House provides supports for strengthening public institutions, promotes transparency, and fosters civic engagement. By ensuring the institutions are equipped to engage large-scale development projects and respond to citizens' needs, we are building the foundation of long-term sustainable development. We are also committed to addressing urgent challenges of climate change and promoting environmental sustainability, two overarching themes that exacerbate the development traps in the region. The United States has initiated and funds important climate adaptation and mitigation projects such as the Clean Energy Partnership for the Americas, which aims to transition the region towards greener, renewable energy sources. Programs like these not only promote sustainability, but also help create high-quality jobs in emerging sectors like electromobility, as highlighted in the ECLAC report. As the United States continues to lead the international community in these areas, we call on member states to join us in increasing investments and engagement in Latin America and the Caribbean. As we take a more active role and within the Commission, we invite other nations to collaborate with us in addressing these critical traps. It is through collaboration, innovation, and shared responsibility that we can create the conditions for inclusive, equitable, and sustainable development across the region. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your statement. And I now give the floor to Mrs. Sharon Miller, Chief Technical Director, Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade of Jamaica.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Executive Secretariat of ECLAC, Honorable Ministers, Excellencies. I bring you warm greetings from Senator the Honorable Kamina Johnson-Smith, Minister of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade of Jamaica, who is unavoidably absent. The Minister has asked me to convey her very best wishes for an engaging and productive meeting. Allow me, Chair, also to commend ECLAC and the government of Peru for staging this important and timely dialogue as we discuss progress as well as some of the challenges facing our region and collectively consider solutions that should pave the way towards a more sustainable future. The Summit of the Future, which is regarded as a once-in-a-generation opportunity to strengthen global governance for present and future generations, serves as a fitting successor to last year's SDG Summit. It has reinforced the urgent call for member states and stakeholders alike to work towards achieving, in the limited time that remains, the common objective of the implementation of the Sustainable Development Goals. Jamaica strongly believes that the multilateral process is vital to achieving this goal, as it is the best avenue to address the developmental issues facing our region. We welcome the Declaration on Future Generations, which, along with the Global Digital Compact, form the annexes for the Pact for the Future. We cannot afford, however, to treat the Pact as a mere theoretical document. It is important that theory is made reality through the effective implementation of the 56 actions that have been highlighted in the Pact. Furthermore, it is imperative that the whole of society collaboration begins now, as without the combined efforts of all stakeholders, the world will fall far short of the ideals of the SDGs, which were adopted 9 years ago. It is not a coincidence that the Pact for the Future commences with sustainable development and financing for development. Indeed, developing countries are faced with varying degrees of multi-dimensional challenges, inclusive of climate vulnerability, economic instability, and high levels of debt, which, though widely known, are generally not given the level of priority by developed countries and the international financial system. Jamaica has for many years been highlighting the plight of and has been advocating for highly indebted middle-income countries that are not provided with favorable financing terms due to the classification of being upper middle income based on GDP alone. Additionally, small island developing states have been calling for access to financing, and particularly concessionary financing, with terms that take into consideration the special peculiarities of these countries. For example, countries that are vulnerable to natural disasters and exogenous shocks can, in the blink of an eye, have their developmental goals slashed. It is for this reason that Jamaica supported the development of a multidimensional vulnerability index, which takes into account the structural and environmental vulnerabilities of developing states. A tremendous amount of effort has been made towards the development of the MVI over the decades, and its successful implementation will require continued advocacy of all developing states as we seek to have it utilized by the international financial institutions. Jamaica views development financing as one of the most critical factors required for the successful implementation of the SDGs, and has actively worked towards improving access to development financing through our active role in the several UN initiatives on the way. We're aware that much more needs to be done globally, and as such, we look towards the 4th International Conference on Financing for Development to be held in July 2025, which will present another opportunity to address the urgent need to reform the international financial architecture. Next year will mark 3 decades since the staging of the first World Summit on Social Development. Among its goals are the eradication of poverty, accessing health and educational services, and the promotion of full employment. With less than 6 years to 2030, it is critical that we utilize every tool at our disposal in our efforts to achieve the SDGs. The WSSD presents a timely platform for collaboration on priority matters. It is therefore critical that Latin America and the Caribbean seek actively to participate in the WSSD. In closing, Madam Chair, I assure you of Jamaica's steadfast support for the core ideals of ECLAC. We are confident that if we work together, substantial progress towards a more resilient and sustainable future for all is attainable. I thank you.
Thank you very much for your statement. Y ahora invito a
Now, I would like to invite Mr. Benito Whitley, Special Envoy of the Premier of the British Virgin Islands, to take the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Honorable Ministers, Executive Secretary, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, good evening. Let me first thank the government and people of Peru for their warm hospitality in hosting this meeting. The British Virgin Islands continues to advocate on behalf of the 13 associate members of ECLAC that are also a part of this region, who genuinely need support to advance their sustainable development and climate resilience, particularly as vulnerable small island developing states. We are at risk of being left behind as preparations are made for the 4th International Conference on Financing for Development next year. You will recall that the British Virgin Islands was devastated by 2 Category 5 hurricanes in 2017 that inflicted $2.3 billion of damage across the islands. 85% of all building structures were damaged or destroyed. We received no direct grants or concessional financing for reconstruction. Our ongoing hurricane recovery is being financed by commercial loans that have significantly increased our national debt. To be clear, we receive no budget support or financial assistance from the United Kingdom. We also do not qualify for development finance or climate finance, despite our high vulnerability. Additionally, the recently agreed multidimensional vulnerability index does not include the British Virgin Islands at this stage, which is unfortunate. We are literally stuck between a rock and a hard place. Madam Chair, this is the dilemma facing the associate members of ECLAC as we consider financing for development. The gaps in assistance to us were initially acknowledged in 2021 at the 4th meeting of the Forum of the Countries of Latin America and the Caribbean on Sustainable Development. This was reaffirmed at the 7th meeting of the Forum earlier this year. The associate members require capacity building support, technical assistance, technology transfer, access to development finance, and access to climate finance. It is our hope that here, at this intergovernmental meeting, the gaps in assistance to the associate members and our ongoing needs will also be acknowledged, and that ECLAC will support our call for support to advance our sustainable development and climate resilience. Doing so will strengthen our case for development assistance under the Antigua and Barbuda Agenda for SIDS. Madam Chair, the associate members wish to engage with our regional partners ahead of the Financing for Development Conference to find a solution to our dilemma. I would like to extend special thanks to the director of the ECLAC Caribbean Subregional Headquarters in Port of Spain, Mrs. Diane Corliss, and her team, who have been exceptional advocates of the associate members. I also want to thank the Executive Secretary, Mr. Cyriax, for his expressed support on multiple occasions since his appointment. In closing, the British Virgin Islands asks ECLAC to live up to the mantra, "Leave no one behind," especially the associate members of this regional commission. We, too, deserve the opportunity to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals and to build the level of climate resilience needed to withstand the extreme weather events that are becoming the new norm. I thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you very much for your statement. Antes de la última intervención.
Before the last intervention, we have a video message from Mr. Alejandro Solano, Vice Minister of Multilateral Affairs of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Costa Rica. Mr. Minister of Foreign Affairs of Peru and Chair of the 40th session of ECLAC, Mr. Secretary, Executive Secretary of ECLAC, member states and associate members of ECLAC, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to thank the Secretariat for allowing me to give my national remarks through a video. Mr. Chair, this dialogue offers the opportunity to move towards achieving the SDGs vis-à-vis the second summit on social development and the fourth international conference on financing for development. It is essential to continue promoting dialogue, cooperation, and innovation so that we can build a sustainable and prosperous future for the next generations. Mr. Chair, the summit has offered the opportunity to create a new global consensus on the future. We need to look at the commitments and how to implement them. This includes revisiting the advances in sustainability, social equality, and economic inclusion. We need to monitor and measure the implementation. The Pact for the Future includes actions on sustainable development and ODA, as well as peace and security, science, technology, innovation, digital cooperation, on youth and future generations, and on transforming world governance. I would like to highlight the following topics. It's time to take action, to work together. This is a collective call to take urgent actions, to make decisions for the benefit of the planet and future generations. Second, we need to answer the challenges in terms of peace and security at a global and regional level. Today, more than ever, when we see that we're facing severe situations worse than those from the Second World War. We need to avoid the serious breaches of international human rights and international humanitarian law. We need to use artificial intelligence, cybersecurity, and avoid the use of lethal weapons. The agenda of work of Costa Rica will continue in its traditions as a defender of human rights, the fight against hatred speeches and corruption, the defense of democracy and the rule of law, the articulation of creative solutions will offer a brighter future. Mr. Chair, 9 years ago in Addis Ababa, Ethiopia, the international community adopted a transformative agreement. However, to date, the progress has been minimum. Therefore, we need to react together. The goal for 2030 is unachievable. Renewing our commitment requires revisiting the international financial infrastructure. This is a collective responsibility for current and future generations. I would also like to highlight the following items. First, we need to renew our commitment to multilateralism, a multilateralism that is inclusive, effective, that can adapt to turbulent times, and that can face the challenges of the three challenges to sustainable development too. We need to have enough funding that is of good quality with concrete commitments and terms to close the gaps on financing through public, private, international, and regional funding. This needs to be green and blue, transition towards an economy that stops the global warming. It requires changing the energy grid and to having a fair transition. Third, the sovereign levels of debt have increased significantly and they're unsustainable for many developing countries. This is eroding the fiscal space and thus preventing investment in social and environmental matters. Costa Rica remembers that as we cross the threshold, we cannot face the needs, the development needs that are so pressing. This is the trap of the middle-income countries. The GDP does not take into account other vital aspects on sustainable development and human well-being. So we need to go beyond GDP. This means adapting MVIs, which includes indicators on the environment, on social aspects. The Fourth International Conference on Financing for Development needs to adopt commitments on sustainable development to reduce inequalities within the countries and among the countries. We need to revitalize our trust in the multilateral system. We're 6 years away from 2030. There's no time to lose. We need to make every effort. We need to make all alliances necessary so that we can achieve the goals we have set ourselves. Mr. Chairman, the Social Summit of 2025 called the Second Summit on Social Development, intends to renew the commitment in Copenhagen on the program of action and its alignment with the 2030 Agenda. We need to come up with new alliances for international cooperation on the three key topics of social development. That is, eradicating poverty, employment, decent employment for all, and social inclusion. I would like to highlight that Costa Rica shares the table on the conference, and we're preparing all the documents for this summit in 2025. We would like to encourage you that this meeting to be held from 4 to 6 November next year be an opportunity to propose an agenda that is forward-looking and that we can include the social perspective in economic development models. Mr. Chair, these kinds of dialogues are very important, and they will ensure that the commitments that have been undertaken can translate into concrete actions that bring benefits to our peoples and promote inclusive development, sustainable development in our region. Only through coordinated action and by joining efforts of all players, both public and private, will we be able to move towards achieving the objective of generating opportunities for each and everyone and not leaving anyone behind. Thank you very much.
Y ahora para la última
The last speaker is Ms. Rosario Galarza, representative of the International Disability Alliance. Distinguished authorities, on behalf of International Stability Alliance as well as the Coalition of Latin America and the Caribbean, I would like to thank you for offering me this opportunity to address you. The Coalition of the Latin America and the Caribbean is a result of the civil society conference in 2024 that was held in Nairobi, Kenya. It was a space that was called by stakeholders to mobilize different actors and to develop advocacy actions so that the Pact of the Future can be implemented in our region. We need to take into account the regional context. We bring clear messages for its implementation. This is a multi-actor space with the participation of social organizations, youth, indigenous people, people with disability, UN agencies, as well as other government agencies. For us, the implementation of the Pact for the Future means calling upon the states, as it does in its first chapter, to recognize our human right to development and our right to a brighter future, and to mobilize resources so that we can have data and statistics that can help us in making evidence-based decisions. Implementing the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development in this region has to be a priority, and it will set the foundations for a prosperous future, offering opportunities for everyone in the region without any exception, avoiding discrimination in all its forms, particularly that one based in gender, inequality, economy, ethnic origins, and the disabled people, Afro-descendants, and groups that have been historically marginalized. As for the chapter on peace and security, there won't be any space to implement the objectives of the Pact for the Future if we don't have peace and security in our region. Our region should be a space of opportunity where violence is not a determining factor that prevents the development of individuals, but rather we need to face the different challenges. The implementation of that Pact for the Future serves as an opportunity to face that. We need to involve girls, boys, adolescents in all the processes so that we can ensure peace. As for science and technology allows for strategic innovations. Nowadays, it is a key component for human activities, and this enables us to exercise our human rights. It's important to include ourselves as a region in the technological dynamics, but it should be done through a lens of accessibility and inclusion without leaving anyone behind. We need to join forces to develop instruments that guide the technological development with an ethical approach by respecting human rights, as well as doubling efforts to face the current challenges that our region is facing. As for youth and future generations, the states of the region should also take into account the dialogues with organized groups of youth, recognizing their diversity. We should allow their participation as they can join the process of implementing the commitments in the Pact of the Future. They can be the monitors that this pact calls for. We also need to give some room for the new generations in the decision-making process in government and otherwise. We need to make decisions that eliminate barriers that limit the political and social participation of youth. As for the transformation of global governance, our region needs a United Nations that responds to the challenges of our times, as well as to the expectations of having a global governance that is more representative. For this reason, we call upon member states in the region to strengthen the platforms such as that of ECLAC and other UN agencies in the region. We wish to have a broader vision of the region and how we should upgrade the international arena, and to make sure that the post-2030 scenario considers all of these aspects. As a region, we should be ready to face the challenges of today and the future. As our coalition, we believe that we need to develop a follow-up mechanism. It will help us in learning about the advances of the agreements in the Summit of the Future. It should be a multi-actor mechanism and bring about solidarity, equality, and we should call upon the coalition and our organizations. We are strongly committed to helping ECLAC to set the foundations of the future of our region so that the Americas and the Caribbean are strong and sound. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Galarza, for your very valuable contribution. With this presentation, we now come to the close of this day. We invite you to be prompt tomorrow at 9 a.m. for the high-level seminar that will start with the first discussion of the first session in this same room. Thank you very much, and have a nice rest of your day. Thank you. Until tomorrow.